Okay, great. All right, so let's get started. Good evening and welcome to the meeting of the Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Trustees. Today is Tuesday, June 9th, and the time is 6:31 p.m. The board met earlier in closed session and took no reportable action. First, we need to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, Mr. Brienza moved and Mr. Durop seconded. And because we're on a virtual meeting, we'll do roll call votes only. And Dr. Austin, will you help us out with the vote?
I sure will. Just grab a note here real quick. Sorry about that. All right, let's start with Ms. DiBrienza.
Aye.
Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
And I also vote aye. So we've got an approved agenda. Before we start, I just want to start with some basic instructions for attendees and how we're going to use Zoom today and involving members of the public. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also part of the meeting and will be displayed while presenting. Members of the public will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment periods. And during public comment periods, any member of the public who wishes to speak can do so by electronically raising your hand or by pressing *9 if you're dialed in by phone. We have started a new practice where we ask people to raise their hands to speak on an item anytime before the first person is done speaking on that item. We've been doing this because we use the number of speakers to determine how much time each speaker is allotted. And there's a formula for that in our board policy. If the number grows as we move through the speakers, as it has been doing during these virtual meetings, we can't change the time limit since that would be unfair. So what we're doing is we're trying to note everyone who has gotten in the queue by the time the first person has finished speaking, reset the time limit at that time if needed, and then take it from there. So if you want to speak, the main thing is, when we get to public comment, raise your hand right away. Sooner is better. And then at the time that the first person is done speaking, we'll note who the last person is in the queue, and we'll go down through that person, giving everybody the same amount of time. So thanks for your understanding on that. All right, so moving on to our agenda, the first item is item 2A, Superintendent Report. Dr. Austin.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the City of Palo Alto, Matt and Lisa Hall, leaders at both school sites for our high schools, and a special thank you to Kathy Lawrence for really spearheading our first ever celebration of seniors in a car parade. And while we were nervous about it and nervous about anything that fell short of celebrating our kids, the event itself was amazing. And had many people write and comment that they think this should just be a tradition that we continue on. And well, I'll tell you what, we needed a win for the kids, for our schools, and we got one. And you know, while I'm thanking the people that helped organize it, I'd also really like to thank everyone who came out that didn't have a kid in this and made it special. There were people that walked up and said hello and banged on pots and had bells and just held signs and didn't have a kid in it. And if that can be more what society is and what we are as in Palo Alto, that's a winner. So thanks to everyone for that. I'm gonna hit a few very different issues here real quick. I was recently speaking with every superintendent in our region, and then for an extended period of time with the superintendents specifically more around us. And that include Fremont, Union, Los Gatos, Saratoga, Milpitas, Santa Clara, Los Altos, Mountain View, Wistman, Mountain View, Los Altos. And all of us have nearly exactly the same community and staff questions and concerns. So while it feels unique, the least unique thing that we have all talked about is how we're all compared to each other and the same districts that our community thinks are doing a better job. Their communities are pointing to us And it's not to say everything's all good or all bad. It's just we're all kind of in the same boat right now. One of the things that's a challenge that we're all told to follow the science when it comes to reopening. And that's a challenge for everyone when the scientists don't agree what the science is right now. Guidelines are confused with orders. We see inconsistencies all around us. Those things are new to us as we're creating a playbook that just doesn't exist. This is not a time when we can rely on our previous experience. Now, in a real shift of gears, the murder of George Floyd is a different story. It's brought to the forefront many issues facing the nation, and unfortunately, we do have experience. It also exposes some of the underlying reasons why school systems, including ours, has struggled to make meaningful progress. And we have work to do as a school district, in a school system, and a society. And, you know, a big part of our charge is academic, but we're also in charge of the social and cultural pieces. And tonight, we're going to hit on aspects of all of those things. Math placement exams are just a simple example. And you're thinking, how does that compare? It doesn't compare to a murder. It does not. But an exam designed to measure current knowledge and aptitude can be one, like WON1, with outside preparation and tutoring to further advantage whilst leaving the others without resources behind. And why? Because we allow it. And I'd say to some degree, we still encourage it. We moved up the date of the exam and kids will still be able to advance, but the gap grows on during an atypical year full of unprecedented events, including a pandemic shutdown. But still we're spending time on things like how do we get farther and faster ahead? We're trying to adapt, but regardless, while we're not going to follow the Los Altos plan where they're going to place all of their students in a common 7th grade class, although it may make sense this year. So where are we making progress and what are actionable steps? I think that's a fair question that I've heard quite a bit here recently. Back to the real equity issues. We're going to share some options later this evening about how we hope to bring back elementary school students who are willing to return. And we're talking about all of them every day. And while tonight's public goal of bringing back all students is not yet quite a promise, it's a goal we're going to lean into with our best effort. And why? We believe our youngest learners need us, and students who are already disadvantaged and families needing to return to work without the means of being home or childcare need that to be a reality also. We're excited about the possibility of a path to bring back our elementary students, and people are looking for equity steps. Bringing back elementary students will be a bold step and may start a trend for others around the state and the country who are looking to us as an example anyway. It could start something really powerful. And if we fail, it won't be because lack of effort. It'll be because somewhere along the line we're stonewalled or we've exhausted every possible avenue. But our commitment and effort are going to be there. We're working on options for secondary schools and students that will be prioritized by need. We'll share more about the PAUSD Plus, more in an upcoming presentation tonight. But it's got to be more than words. It's about our actions. And I know that we're not going to make everyone happy. And there's everything we do, we'll have somebody that's going to want to point and say, well, that's not going in the right direction. We get it. But we're going to try as hard as we can to do the big things, push on the right levers, and really start prioritizing the work. And that is it for me for now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, next on our agenda is item 3A, open forum. Anyone wishing to address the board on non-agendized items can do so at this time. We also encourage you to send written comments to us at board@pausd.org, and the board members do read their emails quickly. So if you can raise your hand if you want to speak for open forum, that'll be helpful in getting us a number that we can use to set the amount of time. I'll wait a couple beats and see where we are. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be above 20, so we'll be at 1 minute per person. And again, we're going to cut off the number. We're going to cut off the speakers after the first person finishes speaking. Okay, so the first person in the queue is Catherine Jordan, and next after that will be Eileen Kim. I'll try to read. There was a suggestion last time about announcing the next person, and I'll give the next person a heads up. So Catherine Jordan, please go ahead.
Thank you. As the board and the district discuss labor negotiations, from what I understand, the likely predicted hybrid plan, at least for high school, represents only 40% of prior Palo Alto Unified High School instruction. As you can imagine, this is not acceptable to our parents for our students' education. I'd ask you to consider how Palo Alto Unified can serve all students come fall and next year by providing instruction through all channels while the COVID-19 pandemic continues without a cure or vaccine. We parents ask that any labor agreement include Palo Alto Unified providing all channels of instruction for its students to access their education, including live streaming of Palo Alto Unified teacher instruction, recorded Palo Alto Unified teacher instruction of the live instruction, as well as in-person Palo Alto Unified teacher instruction, assuming in-person instruction is possible. In reference to this, in contrast to comments made by a teacher during the just prior closed session, please consider that live streaming of Palo Alto Unified teacher instruction during an in-person class and the recording of that live instruction for later posting does not require additional planning. It simply requires delivering that live instruction.
Ms. Jordan, we're at 1 minute. Could you wrap up?
Yes. Our students, and definitely our high school students, need to finish their year-long course curriculums, and they need instruction to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Eileen Kim, followed by Kamala. Kamal, it's one long name run together. Kamal Lardeshta. Ms. Kim, please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
In a recent webinar by Capital Advisors, Kevin Gordon, who's the president, talked about the budget and education in a time of pandemic and social distancing. We all know that with reopening of the schools, it needs to be 1, open, 2, open safely, and 3, open in a meaningful way to students. We all know there is no replacement for the magic that happens when the teacher is in front of the students. But to assume that we can all return to class fully with all students is a bit naive in this time of pandemic. Palo Alto is talking about the blended learning options to ensure social distancing with staggering days and different cohorts. But here's the thing, when you stagger the days and you have different cohorts, you cannot possibly go through all the curriculum in 1 year. When you cut the class sizes down to 10 to 13 kids, you essentially have 2 to 3 cohorts, and to expect the teacher to get through the year-long curriculum is not feasible. And the other districts are talking about whole class instruction that will happen online mostly, with small group instruction in class like labs and other kinds of things that can be managed on campus. We urge Palo Alto leadership to address how our district can match other districts in doing whole class online teaching that's synchronous as well as fully online to ensure we get through the entire curriculum.
Ms. Kim, we're over time, if you can wrap up.
Sure, not 1/3 or 50% of the curriculum by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Kamal, followed by Marta Porwit.
Thank you. I'd actually like to talk to you about a slightly different subject. As I know most of the board members know, for well over a year, I advocated for and worked on the new engineering pathway being introduced to Pali this fall. In that work, I did happen to work with the CT instructional lead directly. And without the support at both the district and school level, I don't think we would have been able to make that pathway happen. So tonight I want to talk to you about the CT instructional lead's work around supporting teachers and students at site level and stress how important that support is. The CT instructional lead at Pali supports 19 teachers, more than many other instructional leads. For example, the VAPA IL supports 11 teachers. So it doesn't make sense to me to cut a release period from an IL supporting more teachers and a more heterogeneous group of teachers while keeping the others unchanged. For so many students, especially the historically underrepresented students, CTE classes are what builds a connection, a real bridge between classroom learning and potential careers. That is one of the reasons this district has partnered with NAF on launching 2 pathways this fall, one at Gunn and one at Pally, both centered in CTE. The IL directly supports teachers and students.
If you could wrap up, we're over time.
Yes, of course. So I'm asking you to please reconsider the CTE support time and do that for our students at the school site. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Marta Porwood, followed by Hillary McDaniel.
Okay, so she's great, Martha's husband. I've got 3 kids and 3 points. First, I'm wondering if we can change the format of question and answer, format of this meeting to question and answer. For example, 45 seconds for questions and then 45 seconds for a direct answer. Seems like some points raised by parents go unanswered. My second point is, I'm curious if the district considered enlarging space available, for example, large tents, outdoor learnings using other real estate. I think that no expenses should be spared to allow children to be physically back in the classroom while accommodating via Zoom and other means those who, for any reason, cannot return to classroom. My final point is, I'm wondering if the district has an analysis of psychological and social damage resulting from prolonged learning from home. I think that such analysis should be a key part of any future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can't answer one of those questions, which is the Brown Act actually prevents us from discussing unagendized items. And so our ability to respond to questions in open forum is limited to the briefest of responses, and the preference is none at all. So apologize for that, but we are following the law of the state. Next up is Hillary McDaniel, followed by Ingrid Lee. Ms. McDaniel?
CTE has a bold and vital mission that can help us address the equity issues that we need to make progress on. CTE should not be allocated less site support than other departments. That would only undermine our commitment to equity. Good evening, I'm Hillary McDaniel, a teacher in CTE and developer of the Child Development Pathway. I'm so grateful to this district for allowing me to pursue my passion for hands-on learning that prepares students for their post-secondary journeys. I've appreciated the district support, especially Zhang and Sharon, who have been consistent advocates and barrier smashers as we have pursued this important work. We truly are in a remarkable district. But I must also acknowledge that it is not always an easy district to work in, and I'm sure you can appreciate that. Because of all the wonderful people and resources we have, there is always pressure to do more, to be more, and to make it look easy. I've spoken to the board before and I've celebrated the successes of this pathway without sharing any of the challenges. So I too have perpetuated a myth that building pathways like these that are rigorous, inclusive, dual enrollment, certifications, cross-campus and generational connections, building career readiness while serving a diverse group of students in the same classroom is easy. It's not, it's very challenging. And I'm an effective teacher in part because I recognize that my students face similar pressures to be more, to do more, and to make it look easy. And while I hold my students to rigorous standards, I know it's also my job to support them as they face their challenges. I'm there to tell them,
Daniel, I'm
almost done. I'm there to tell them, I got you, I see you, I'll help you, I understand you, you can count on me. That is what my IL does for me, and no amount of district support can replace that. My IL supports me so I can do my best work, just as I support my students so they can do theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Ingrid Lee, followed by Allison Rosen.
Hello, I am Ingrid Lee. I am a student at Gunn High School and a participant of both the VAPA and CTE programs at my high school. I have taken both broadcast journalism and band at JLS Middle School and Gunn. As a participant of both programs, I have witnessed the joy of how elective classes are important in students' lives. Throughout these classes, students are given equal opportunities to learn hands-on experiences and life skills that will benefit students when they join the future workforce. This is a unique experience for the historically underrepresented students who are unable to gain these lifetime career skills outside of PAUSD. Without these classes, these students will be at a disadvantage without the life skills gained from their electives. In addition to these classes helping the historically underrepresented students, the leadership from the elective teachers are crucial for all students to succeed. With the support and leadership of the CTE leads, not only to the students, but also the teachers, the teamwork within the teams will help boost up teachers and give guidance to the students who desperately need and will benefit from it. The importance of a leader is crucial to the team's success, and the only way to fully impact the students is to witness it firsthand within the classes, exactly what the teachers' jobs are. I urge the board to continue to support the leaders of the electives team by providing the foundation students and teachers need alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. All right, Allison Rosen, followed by Laura Kim. Ms. Rosen, I see your picture. Are you there? All right. Why don't we do Laura Kim and we can come back to Allison Rosen. Ms. Kim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Kim, and I'm a recent graduate from PAUSD. As someone who aspires to be a teacher, CTE and early childhood development has been huge to me, and it wouldn't have been possible if not for the CTE instructional lead, who supports the teachers in the classes on the PAUSD site on a daily basis. Finding a class about education at a high school level itself is already pretty rare, but at PAUSD not only do we have ECD, but also the opportunity to gain dual enrollment, certifications, and field placements that really enhances learning in this education pathway. I have witnessed the challenges in bringing these opportunities to students, and it is not sustainable for one teacher to manage all the intricacies of a program like ECD without accessible and dedicated support from the CTE-IL. I really want my fellow peers to be able to have the opportunity to experience what I have experienced the past 2 years in a CTE class. However, this wouldn't be possible without the CTE instructional lead who puts in a lot of time and effort to help all the teachers accomplish the state goals to expand pathways for students. Therefore, I believe that CTE instructional lead is very important and should not be reduced by budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Allison Rosen again, see if she's there. Ms. Rosen, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, sorry about that. So this meeting, I vowed I wasn't going to speak up about this, but I couldn't resist. This math placement test is coming up. And as a neuropsychologist, it's just unconscionable to me that you don't use a standardized measure. We know in the COVID-19 crisis that there's learning loss, the kids are declining, and even to implicate that this is an equity issue if kids want tutoring and parents give them extra support. All children need extra tutoring, and we need to know where they stand. We have 3 tests a year of NWA and MAP data to know where our children were, before the crisis, so that we know what they're capable of. We need to know what they need to know. We don't have time to repeat in curricula. We need to be very precise, and with a standardized measure, with content areas well articulated and mastery levels known, you can precisely target what they need to do, rather than just giving a test that's uncalibrated and doesn't have information and gives no information to parents. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Perfect timing, right on time. Thank you, Ms. Rosen. Next up, Nathan Kerner, followed by Julia Choi.
Hello, my name is Nathan Kerner, and I just finished my 8th grade year at JLS. I'm here to talk to you about the reduction of the IL position for CTE. During my time at JLS, I've taken both the video production and broadcast elective, which are both CTE classes. For many students like myself, CTE classes were one of the highlights of my middle school career. In the broadcast elective, I learned important leadership and organization skills, as well about learning to using a camera and edit a video. For example, during the shutdown, the broadcast team was able to continue produce shows at home independently. This is due to the excellent leadership of CTE. Many of these experiences that make CTE so great are possible because of the IL position. Please make sure to continue funding CTE at the same level as other departments.
Thank you. All right, next up, Julia Choi, followed by Max.
Hi, my name is Julia Lee, JLS CTE and VAPA Certified Media Art Teacher. I'm here to speak and ask the board members to reconsider the decision on reinstating the 0.2 FTE IL position for CTE. Thank you, board members, for making sure that students are supported and educators as well with equity and inclusion. I teach my students towards a career path with teamwork and leadership. It has been 4 years since I joined this district. We all know when we step into a new environment, you might feel lost, nervous, or hesitant at times, thinking if we are in the correct place. My site, CTE-IL Susie O'Neill, is one of the reasons why I'm still proudly and happily standing as a PAUSD educator. She has mentored me in my role at JLS. She guided me into the right resources. She has led her CTE team to succeed in teaching. It's a family. This is only one example that I'm sharing with you. I've worked across different sites, including both high schools, and each CTILs, including Deanna Shute, have worked hard within their teams. Leadership has 3 pillars: communication, delegation, and organization. I believe having the site ILs will support the communication of the entire district. Imagine having here from each CTE educator rather than one person representing the team, especially with all the
We're over time. Could you wrap up?
Especially with all the changes that we are currently going through. I believe it is essential to have a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Max, followed by Charu Gupta.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to talk about cutting funding for the Career Technical Education Instructional Lead. My name is Max Bernstein. I graduated Palo Alto High School in 2014 and now work full-time as a software engineer. I'm speaking today because the nascent CTE program was the one department at Pali that supported me and my interests. I took courses in journalism, computer science, video production, and engineering technology. When I was a high school student, Pali had not yet instituted the instructional leader role for CTE. That meant that all of the teachers had minimal resources while developing cohesive curricula for their courses. There were minimal or no pathways in computer science or engineering technology. I hear it's gotten much better now that there is an instructional lead. Pathways are now required by the state, but by reducing the CTE IL position, the district wants to make it harder for teachers to create them. If I had access to pathways when I was in high school, it would have made a world of difference. Taking AP Computer Science in a vacuum, for example, is not worth very much, but taking a series of computer science courses that culminates in an internship would have taught me a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Charu Gupta, followed by Peter Turnbull.
Hi, thank you for giving me this time to speak. I would like to echo the voice of others and say I would like to request the board today to reinstate the 0.2 FTE IL position for CTE. My daughter is a rising junior at Pali, and her experience with early childhood development took her into a Greendale class twice a week and was truly experiential. It has inspired her to pursue a career that involves working with young children in the future. This was a CTE class. 16 months ago, as you all know, a group of us came together to try and get more engineering, design, and CS classes at Pali. This next school year, we have that pathway started, and we have an engineering and design principles class. This is also a CTE class. And you all know how popular CS and engineering courses, careers are for our students. CTE is such a critical part of our children's education and is such a formative part of the high school experience for many of our students to explore and experience what they might like and even discover what they don't like. High school is the time for them to do this. So I would request that the role of the instructional lead in CTE is reinstated and given that extra 0.2 FTE. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Peter Turnbull, followed by Audrey Gold.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would also like to address the proposed cut to the CTIL position. My name is Peter Turnbull. I graduated from Pali in 2016. I'm currently working on completing my bachelor's in interactive arts from Maryland Institute of Art. At Pali, I took intro computer science, AP computer science capstone, and I also devoted a large portion of my time to participating on Team 8, the Pali robotics team. As a student at Pali, I felt very lost and unsupported before I started taking classes in the CTE department. My, at the time, undiagnosed ADD meant that classes were a struggle for me, and I had difficulty focusing on anything that wasn't immediately hands-on and gave me practical experience, which was hard to find outside of CTE. During my senior year, I experienced some major crises that left me extremely vulnerable and at risk. Without the direct help of a CTE faculty member that I trusted, I don't think I would be alive today. And as grateful as I am for that faculty member, they shouldn't have had to shoulder that burden alone. They were there to help me, but no one was there to help them. The support in IL in such situations is critical. No department should go without an instructional aid, and especially not CTE. As a department most well equipped to handle students with diverse learning needs like myself and many others, if anything, it should be receiving more funds, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Audrey Gold, followed by Ria Kumar.
I am speaking tonight as an individual, although I am the past president of the Palo Alto PTA Council and current Fletcher Middle School president. I am concerned that if the sustainability position is eliminated, it will be penny wise and pound foolish, which means careful and economical in small matters while being wasteful and extravagant in large ones. While I realize difficult budget decisions must be made, this position and the program yields cost reductions in environmental benefits to the entire district. Removing this position will reduce sustainability efforts in the schools when the benefits are needed most. Rebecca's leadership has resulted in documented annual savings upwards of $800,000 in utility, waste management, and food and lunch programs. She helped eliminate the use of harmful cleaning compounds in our school buildings. In addition, she is reviewing construction plans to help ensure our new buildings will be environmentally safer and more energy efficient. Today, the position is even more important in light of the COVID concerns. Rebecca Navarro has extensive experience with the HVAC operations across 19 campus locations. She will be studying the latest CDC and other expert recommendations.
Ms. Gold, we're over time. If you could wrap up.
She will know how to make the air conditioning changes in our schools. I don't believe this can be easily outsourced or that other PSU staff members have spare time to take this on. They would have an extensive learning curve. Thank you. I will email you the remainder of my comments.
Please do. And yeah, thanks for reminding us. That's something everybody can do. board@pausd.org. All right, Ria Kumar, followed by Max Frankel.
Hello, my name is Ria Kumar. I'm a Pali alum who's a first year at UC Davis. The CTE course, Early Childhood Development, was one of the best experiences I had at Pali. As a 17-year-old, I got hands-on experience with a career that is now influencing my own future career. How incredible is that? Not many high schoolers can say this, and it speaks to how PAUSD cares about giving their students an edge and as many opportunities as possible. So I'd like to say thank you for all the resources you have put in to making my experience in CTE so positive. As you can imagine, I was distraught to hear that some of those important resources are now being taken away. In order to ensure that CTE continues to maximize its benefit to students and instructors, the district should fully fund on-site leadership. Having someone who's in tune with the culture of each campus and can effectively accomplish tasks from within, as well as communicate with a district, is so valuable in ensuring the support and success of CTE courses. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Max Frankel, followed by Deborah.
Hi, I'm a recent graduate from Palo Alto High School. One of the most valuable courses I took in my academic career was Early Childhood Development. I knew this was a class I wanted to take since I want to be a teacher, and the knowledge and experiences I gained far surpassed my expectations. The class provided me with an opportunity to interact with professionals in the workplace, earn college credit for the hard work I did, and gave me the possibility to obtain a credential that made me work ready, since this is something I want to pursue. From a teacher's viewpoint, there's a lot to manage with having all these opportunities available. And as a student in the class, we see the struggle there would be without the support from people like Ms. Shute, the CTE instructional leader at Pali. Without the assistance that Ms. McDaniels already has, I'm really concerned about the future of the program would look like. And if the goal is to bring similar career exposures to other elective programs on our campus, I don't think it's possible without the support system that currently exists with the CTEAL. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Deborah, followed by William Meng. Deborah, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Deborah Kurlanis, and I have grandchildren in the district. It's been a long time since I've spoken at a school board meeting, so bear with me. I'm here to show my support for the Career Tech Ed and the need to fund site support for this department. I encourage you to reflect on the following question as you make important decisions regarding the budget, equity, and site leadership for CTE. How can you adopt a resolution denouncing racism and supporting equity, safety, and well-being of Black people while decreasing funding for site leadership in CTE, the department that houses programs with up to 40% historically underrepresented students? How can the district say that they want to support our Black and Brown students while doing something that will decrease the support for programs that are actively working to benefit them? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back after many years. William Meng, followed by Elizabeth Hewitt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I would like to address the proposed cut to the CTE instructional lead position. My name is William Meng. I graduated from Pali in 2016 and Columbia University this year. At Pali, I took the computer science capstone course, which was established with the help of the CTE instructional lead. Capstone was a formative experience for me because I gained industry mentorship and developed project management and presentation skills that were vital to my future success. Silicon Valley is a place with tremendous opportunity, but also staggering inequity. Oftentimes, students with existing connections and resources have a huge advantage in entering the tech industry, while others are left behind. The capstone course helps level the playing field by providing both opportunities and support for Pali students to gain a foothold into the highly competitive tech industry. However, much work lies ahead in making this valuable resource more available to historically underrepresented students in order to bolster diversity and inclusion in the next generation of tech leadership. To achieve this goal, the CTE department needs strong leadership at the site level, as building relationships with students and staff is critical to this mission. To that end, I think Deanna Shu is fantastic in this role. She is an exemplary role model who really cares about her students, such as when I was recovering from a severe concussion and needed additional support in her math class. In conclusion, I believe that the role of CTE instructional lead is vital to the mission of providing equitable education in technical fields and should not be cut. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth Hewitt, and the person after that is telephone number ending in 274. All right, Ms. Hewitt, go ahead. Ms. Hewitt, you there?
Hey there, can you hear me?
We do.
Uh-oh, I can't hear you.
We hear you.
Oh, good. All right, so this is my first paused board meeting that I'm attending, and having watched the other questions go first, I think I'm woefully unprepared. But nonetheless, I wanted to offer my thoughts. First and foremost, thank you to the administration and teachers for guiding us during this unprecedented time. I am most grateful. I have two students. I'm actually a product of paused, and I have two current students at paused, and I'm very grateful again for the experience. Two things. First, I wanted to echo Ms. Jordan's suggestion and question about both sort of pivoting toward both synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities. Again, the burden on our teachers is so high, and I see that, but I don't quite grok why sort of recording teaching that they're already doing and then distributing that to the students who won't be able to attend in person would be burdensome. I may be missing this, and I'm missing something very pivotal here, but I would just like to understand it. The second thing is, Mr. Collins, your explanation about the inability to follow up live, I totally get, and that makes perfect sense. For parents like myself who have not historically been able to attend these meetings, I don't know if it's possible to follow up with either a follow-on email. I've really liked Dr. Austin's emails. I've found incredibly helpful, but to sort of close those loops on questions. And then, yeah, I think that's really it. Is some teachers, some parents who are not typically as involved, I think share some of the questions that I have, and it could just be a misunderstanding, but just sort of understanding some of these commonly asked questions and the answers to them would be incredibly helpful. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Thanks for joining us. All right, next is telephone number ending 274, and then Michael Harrison.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We do.
Hi there, my name is Owen Longstreth. I am a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. In the wake of the killing of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police, people and communities all across the country have been having a discussion on police in this nation. This conversation has only continued with the horrifying violence peaceful protesters have faced at the hands of police, who often better resemble soldiers as opposed to members of the community. It is now more clear than ever that the American police officer is part of a racist system that profiles, assaults, and kills people of color at a disproportionate rate. So I ask you today, why do we put these people in our schools? Schools are a place for learning and growth, and it is painfully obvious that the school resource officers are not a part of this. As Mark Schindler, head of the Justice and Policy Institute, said to NPR regarding school resource officers, they are, quote, a largely failed approach to security in schools. My ask is simple: no halfway measures, no reform. To create the best learning environment for students of this district, we must follow other districts across the country and remove school resource officers. Black Lives Matter. Thank you and good night.
Thank you and good night. All right, and last is Anuva. Anuva, you there?
Mr. Collins, we're having technical difficulties with Anuva.
Okay, are these the kind we usually can't fix?
Yes.
All right, so Anuva, I suggest, it sounds like we're gonna have trouble getting your comments. If you want to send them by email, you can send to us at board@pausd.org. And since this is an unagendized item you're speaking on, we'll be able to see it after the meeting concludes. Okay, so that's everybody for open forum. Thank you everybody for calling in or dialing in and participating, and for all those useful comments and remarks. All right, the next item is item 4, our consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a member of the public wishes to comment on any consent item, or if a board member would like to pull an item for consent, we'll consider it immediately after in action items. So why don't we have a motion on the consent, and then we can see if there are any changes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Ms. Bacon-Caswell, seconded by Ms. DiBrienza. Any items to be pulled? No? Okay. All right, in that case, Dr. Austin, can you take the roll?
Absolutely. Ms. DiBrienza,
Aye.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell, Ms. Bacon-Caswell,
We need you to speak. I don't think we can take a hand gesture. Are you?
Aye. Sorry, I was having problems with my microphone. Aye.
There we go.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Drop,
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
And I also vote aye. So unanimous approval of the consent calendar. Thank you. All right, now we're on to action items. These are items that are agendized for action at this meeting by the board. And the first is item 5A, resolution number 2019-20.23, resolution denouncing discrimination and supporting equity, safety, and well-being of Black people. And I believe Ms. DiBrienza is going to take us through this.
Sure, thank you so much. Ms. Bacon-Caswell and I brought this forward, although I spoke with several of you who also would have loved to have partnered on it. So I'm really glad to know going in that we have a lot of board support, and I know we have a lot of community support. But I just want to start by thanking Ms. Bacon-Caswell and our staff and the community for speaking up over the past several weeks. It's long overdue and it's very much needed right now. I think that when Ms. Bacon-Caswell and I were working on this, and I'll pass it to you in a second, Ms. Bacon-Caswell, to add anything that you want to, but I think there were two big struggles that we had. The first one was really to find the words to even come close to accurately capturing the pain and exhaustion and the trauma of Black people in this country and in this city and in our school district. It was hard to figure out how to put it into words and capture it when we ourselves haven't experienced it, but are trying to understand it as best we can. So I'm grateful to community members that helped us with some of that wording. And the other one was how tightly we should focus on the Black community and the struggles and challenges happening right now, in that as we talked about the things that have to happen moving forward. Obviously, those are things that also have to happen with other subgroups in our community that we have not served in the ways that we need to be serving them. And we need to improve on that and really change the systems in a way. And yet this was really targeted to the issues happening right now and that have been going on for hundreds of years. For the Black community. So Ms. Bacon-Caswell and I talked a lot about that and went back and forth. You'll probably notice that all but one of our whereases just refer to the Black community, and most of our therefores refer to just the Black community, and a few times where it felt like we should be a little bit more inclusive, like the achievement gap in our district. It felt odd to not mention more of the communities that we haven't closed that gap on. So I look forward to hearing the community's opinion on this and my board colleagues, if you have suggestions on changes to it, if we should narrow the focus, we're happy to hear that. So I'm glad this is here in front of us. I think there's going to be some community comment and I look forward to discussing it. Ms. Bacon-Caswell.
Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer. Sometime last week, early last week, it became very clear to me that it wasn't enough to get upset on social media, and it wasn't enough to just have our superintendent communicate out to the community that it was going to be important for the board to make a statement, or I felt it was going to be important for the board to make a statement. And I sort of went back and forth, you know, what is the best way for the board to make a statement? I know some boards sent letters out to their communities, but that hasn't been our way of working here. We've done resolutions. So, you know, Jennifer and I talked about this and decided we would do our best to create a resolution that really not just addressed the issue, but acknowledged our part in this issue and committed to change. And we both reached out to people in our community. There are many people in our community, Black leaders, who had very specific input for us. I think for both Jennifer and I, this was a huge learning experience. There was some words that we were going to use that weren't specific enough. And, I think it's unusual for us to use words like racism without softening it. And as Jennifer said, it's unusual for us to go so specifically into one group's and talk about one group. But the bias and racism against our Black community is something that's been going on in this country for hundreds of years. And so that's why we're calling it out the way we're calling it out. And I just want to thank all the people in the Black community, some of whom didn't want to be named, but I will just say that it wasn't just in our community here. We reached out to friends on the East Coast in this community, and they actually had the exact same input. So I just want to assure our board colleagues here that we spent a lot of time reaching out to folks who have a better insight in this than Jennifer and I do, but we wanted to bring this forward and be a mouthpiece.
One other thing I just thought of too, I know that I am glad to see the community asking, okay, that's great, this commitment, but what's the actionable items? And traditionally, because we are the board and staff is the staff, we make the resolution and commitment, and we turn to staff and ask them to lay out the actionable items. So you will see that there are not specific actionable items here because we are looking to staff to come to us with them at the next board meetings, right? Coming up soon. And we know that this is a priority for them as well, and that we're going to see some recommendations and some quick action. But if people want to know where the action is, that comes from staff after we pass the resolution.
And I would want to just thank the people that might not be speaking tonight, but who have written to us, and just say that it's really encouraging to see that it's not just individuals, but also the PTA Council has reached out, and hopefully they will give us some specific ideas about ways so that they can partner with our district to do a better job at addressing the long-term issues.
Thank you. All right, so I'd suggest we take public comment, and then we can take board member question and comments, and then move to action. So anyone who wants to comment on this, now's the time to raise your hand, either by pressing the hand raise in Zoom, or if you're dialed in on the phone, by pressing *9. And I'll wait a beat just so we can get a good count. And per our practice now, we'll do the final count after the first speaker finishes, and then if need be, we can reset the time, and then that'll be the time for the rest of the speakers. It looks like we have 10 people, which means each person will get 2 minutes each. And the first person is Adrienne Germain, followed by Meb Steiner.
Thank you, members of the board and Dr. Austin. On behalf of the PTA Council Executive Board and Board-elect, we have sent letters of full support for the resolution. The unjust killings in the last 3 months of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery shed new light on a long history of systemic racial injustice. This compels us to acknowledge some uncomfortable truths about the experience of Black families, including in our schools. The lack of education and reconciliation about America's history of slavery and long-term denial of the civil rights of Black people continues to affect the perception and treatment of Black people. At 2% of our student population, Black students are often invisible. They are typically the only Black person in their class or grade and subject to microaggressions. The experiences of our Black students result in a negative learning environment. We applaud the board's commitment to actively hold themselves accountable to dismantling the problematic policies and practices and to ensure that Black students are able to enjoy full access and opportunities in PAUSD. The PTA Council urges you to take meaningful action in the following ways. First, create space for uncomfortable conversations on a regular basis so that the PAUSD community can listen and learn directly from Black families. Second, transform discipline policy with trauma-informed responses and restorative justice practices with site-level accountability and transparency. Finally, educate to empower and honor our students' histories. We encourage PAUSD to teach ethnic studies in a culturally sensitive way. Further, we encourage an intentional effort to elevate the many stories of the strengths, assets, and contributions of Black people to our history. Thank you for elevating this conversation to the board level.
Thank you. All right, next up is Meb Steiner, followed by Terry Baldwin.
Good evening. This is Meb Steiner. I am president of CSEA, representing our classified staff. And I am also speaking to support this resolution. And I am very, very pleased that, that the board is taking this up for consideration, and I hope we'll approve it. I feel that, you know, we have done things in the past, but we often sort of start and stop. So I'm very glad to hear that there will be actionable items coming in the future, because that's really what I think we need. We have a very diverse classified staff, more diverse than our teaching staff, and we need to look at our recruitment and retention and how we utilize them. I actually don't want to say more than that, but I want to share the poem of a young 9-year-old girl named Havana Chapman Edwards, because I feel her voice says it far better than I do. We the kids need answers. My ancestors were kings and queens. You know what I mean. Then others sacrificed and died to allow us to have better lives. No matter how hard the world tries to leave people like me behind, trending stories, celebrity news, and all the best of today, we still rise, dreaming to be on top of the world. Wonderful time to be a girl, confident and strong while moving along. This is where I belong. Think of me when you have the opportunity to vote in your community. Don't try to stop me. I have a dream that you can't see that keeps me flying free. I have 5 questions for you. Why do our teachers read books about enslavement, but not about Black inventors, astronauts, scientists, dancers, pilots, diplomats, and judges? Why do I go to school each year without ever having a teacher who looks like me? When do I go from cute to dangerous?
Ms. Steiner,
Almost done, 3 lines. Why do our leaders only talk about Black Lives Matter when it is close to an election? Why do I have to live with the fear that my brother and my dad might not make it home? We the kids need answers. I urge folks to read her words. They're beautiful. She's 9 years old, from a diplomatic family, already lived in 6 countries and traveled to 30 others. And I am just in awe of her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steiner. All right, next up is Terry Baldwin, followed by Dan Ichikawa.
Hi, this is Terry Baldwin, the president of the Palo Alto Educators Association. Looking at all the protests against systematic racism that are going on not only in the United States, but in many other countries as well, we are glad the board has crafted this resolution. What has been happening in our country for decades is horrifying, but words are not enough right now. We need action. Together in collaboration, we had started a process of tackling racial, ethnic, gender, and sexual orientation biases over years ago. PAEA brought to the district a CTA unconscious bias training, a powerful program CTA delivered for free. The teachers who went through it said it was very eye-opening and impactful, but with the many changes in administration over the past few years, the plans of having the entire district staff attend the training, and there were requests from teachers for follow-up trainings that CTA offered just fell by the wayside. We appreciate that the district committed to funding the program through hiring substitute teachers, but stopped just when we were getting traction. We hope the work that we helped start would continue, and feel now is the time that the district looks seriously at funding the important work of dismantling racial bias at all levels in our schools. We would like to work with the district in examining its recruiting and hiring practices of diverse educators and looking into building social justice programs, not only for students, but for teachers and all staff who have expressed an interest. Please involve the school community, your students, classified and certified staff in this process of serious change. PAEA sent an open letter to our members about this, and we've received many replies from educators interested in being an active part of this change. We all agree that the senseless murder of people of color, especially at the hands of law enforcement, the people meant to protect us, is horrific. But we need to do more than just talk about how awful it is. We need to act. The district has the duty to act, and PAEA wants to partner with you in actually doing something instead of just condemning actions of blatant racism. Working together, we feel we can make this change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Diane Ichikawa, followed by Sarah Wooden Johnson. Ms. Ichikawa? All right, should we try Sarah Woodham Johnson and then come back to Ms. Ichikawa? Sarah, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to thank Ms. DeBrienzo and Ms. Baton-Caswell for leading the writing of this resolution, and I welcome supporting it. We're experiencing a period of realization in this country. However, for Black people, this has been a reality of our life. We've watched as stop and frisk was hailed, as police wreaked havoc on hundreds of thousands of innocent Black people purely because they were Black. That was on the East Coast in New York City. Just yesterday, a friend much closer to home here described her teenage son's encounter with police last week because he was retrieving a ball from a hedge on his property as he played fetch with his dog. Police who happened to be driving by felt compelled to stop and ask him to identify himself and explain his actions. That's right here in Palo Alto, Stanford. This morning, my daughter complained to me about keeping her waiting at CVS downtown while holding a few items in her hands to be purchased when I got there. Her words were, "You left me standing there, wondering if somebody was thinking that I was about to steal something." We need to recognize why we are still here. The unique experience of Black people in this country, in this city, in our schools, derives categorically from the original sin of slavery. We have never truly reconciled the origins of our country and the economic system built on the backs of enslaved people. School is where education needs to happen, where it needs to start, and where histories and contributions of all our students need to be honored. We live a lot of our lives as Black people working to make others feel comfortable around our Blackness. I fear for Black boys who go from being cute to being a threat over the course of a summer. The work of dismantling destructive practices is what needs to happen next. And I hope this resolution will help us keep us accountable to that. Our policies require purpose, execution, accountability, and transparency. It starts with ensuring that our Black students feel truly integrated into the community so that they can learn. Black students need to not see themselves being disciplined differently from their peers. They need to feel empowered to engage in advanced level courses without stigma.
Ms. Woodham, we're over time.
I'll wrap this up.
Thank you.
They need to feel fully part of their school community, and I hope this resolution and its commitment therein will have sustainable follow through going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to try Diane Ichikawa again, and then Genevieve Pierre Dixon.
Good evening. Sorry about that first little attempt. I had some issues with my mic.
No problem. You're fine.
Good evening. I'm a teacher at Gunn and a union site rep and on the executive board of PAEA. I appreciate that the board is denouncing racism. It allows a closer look at what we value as a district and what actions we need to take. I applaud that we have worked with CTA to provide anti-bias professional development and that the district provided substitutes so that teachers may attend these incredible workshops. I also felt encouraged that the district planned PD around D'Angelo's book, White Fragility, and how it can inform our teaching practices. But then the district cut funding for unconscious bias training. PD around White Fragility was canceled midstream. The presentation to the board from the first group of educators who read the book and had plans for site level actions was canceled. The budget has chipped away at AVID. The delaning of courses has been driven by site level discussions, not planning and funding from the district. Adding diversity to our literature curriculum and classroom libraries usually comes from funding from PTSA or teachers' own pockets, not the district. I realize that this is a time of belt tightening. At the same time, the district needs to do right by our students, especially our students of color. Staff indeed may come to the board with ideas, Ms. DiBrienza, as you mentioned, and then we will need your help with the funding. Shifting some of PAUSD's practices and the cost for some PD options that are out there could actually be minimal. I'd like to respectfully remind you that it's not enough to say the right things. We must do the right things too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Genevieve Pierre Dixon, followed by DM McDermott. Oh, I'm sorry, T McDermott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Pierre Dixon, and I am the wellness coordinator at Gunn High School. And I wanted to begin by thanking Ms. DiBrienza and Mr. Durant for their very thoughtful, open-minded, and kind-hearted comments, because I did reach out to the board week before last, maybe last week, about these issues when I did not see or hear anything coming from our governing body, and I was very disheartened by that. So I'm very happy to see that this resolution has come together, that it's moved forward. I appreciate the strongly worded language against prejudice, against bias, against injustice, and I think the fact that we had to seek out Black voice out in our community is very telling of the fact that we do not have it within our system. And that is extremely disheartening at the place that we are. And as a Black staff member, I hope that I can be a part of this change, of this community building, about pushing cultural training for staff, about trying to find different ways that we can educate our students. Looking into our English classes as a student who was the only Black student in every class from almost K through 12th grade, and having to sit and read books like Huckleberry Finn and discuss the Black perspective. I don't want that to continue in our schools. That is not what education is for. That is not what it's about. And I hope that we can continue to push for new ideas, new things, and incorporate those of us who are here, who are willing, ready, and able to do this work, and encourage us to be a part of it. I would love to be a part of a task force if that's something that we're looking at doing, if we're going to be pushing more equity things forward. And as a therapist, the mental health implications of what we see not only through the pandemic, but through our riots, through murder in our streets by those who are supposed to serve and protect our communities. Our students need help, they need support, they need understanding, they need to feel safe, they need to feel welcome, they need to know that when they walk onto campus, they belong there. And right now that is not true. So I hope that we continue to fight and to push for these things and for these initiatives, and please let me know how I can be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is T McDermott, followed by Michael Harrison. T McDermott?
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that good?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So my name is Teresa McDermott, and I'm a CTE teacher at Pali. Brianna Miller from the class of 2020 has requested that the following statement be shared with the board. As a graduated senior, I acknowledge how much CTE has allowed me to succeed and approach school at a different angle. Being able to not only learn and take tests.
Hey, Ms. McDermott, I just want to make sure you're speaking on the resolution.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. But to apply my learning to my research projects and to working with students has been one of the driving forces pushing me to finish school on a high note. It has inspired me to want to vouch for students who are like me, coming from East Palo Alto to attend school in Palo Alto. I think continuing the support for CTE is how we create a better support system for the students that are not from the Palo Alto community. Without advanced research and early childhood development programs, I think it would have been harder for me to go to my dream college, Louisiana State University, and to continue on with my learning in child development, this time focusing on the medical perspective and hopefully achieving my goal of becoming an obstetrician. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Harrison, and then a caller with phone number ending 045. All right, Mr. Harrison.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
You know, this is my first time on a call, and I like to speak up. I've got a unique experience. As a Harrison, my family is one of the first Black families in Palo Alto. I grew up right across from Euphoria. My kids are at Pali and at Green. I attended Addison. My grandfather was at Addison the first day that it opened. I was in the first class at JLS. So I'm a native. I know, Palo Alto, the back of my hand. What I struggle with, I've got stories of profiling. I have stories when I was coaching basketball in 7th grade for eighth graders at was Jordan, leaving after coaching, watching a police officer make a U-turn and follow me all the way back to 5th Avenue, which is 2 blocks. Countless stories of being profiled. And what I wanted to bring to the light and want people to think about is what it took for people to be talking about this issue. It took a pandemic worldwide for the world to be watching, for us to stop and think about what's going on. You got to understand that. And so for me, I'm cynical. You know what I mean? I feel like it's right now, it's momentary outrage, it's talk, and it's, Black Lives Matter. Here's my white privilege, all that other kind of stuff. But the reality of it is you have to think about what environment has created this. It's the racism that's always been here that we're not talking about in school. It's not just talking about ethnic studies and talking about that. It's talking about white supremacy. It's talking about the real history. It's talking about the presidents, their slaves. It's talking about white riots. There's not just the Tulsa, Oklahoma riot. It's unmasking it. That alone, when we're speaking real about the history, it has a healing. It helps heal Blacks. When I was growing up, I was the only Black kid in class, and they're talking about slavery for 5 minutes when everybody turns to me and I'm uncomfortable. We're not talking, we're talking about Black on Black crime, but we're never talking about why it's there. We're not talking about the systemic thing. Everybody refers to Chicago. Let's talk about how Chicago became what Chicago is, lower income. We don't.
Hey, Mr. Harrison, I just need you to wrap up.
All right. So my point is kind of this. It's like, it's too late to be teaching in high school. This is stuff that should be taught in elementary school. The fragility, it's not about the fragility of the kids. I have to talk to my kids about losing their lives and me losing my life. So to teach it in class is not going to be, I think it's important so everybody understands where it's coming from. There's more for me to speak on. I like to be part of a task force as well, but being Black and experience it, I would like, hopefully have an opportunity to share more and teach and also learn from other people in the community.
Thank you. That was fascinating. All right, next up is telephone number ending in 045. And then the last person will be Reverend Kaloma Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Good evening. My name is Emily Kubak. I'm a program assistant in the REA office here in PAUSD. I'm here today to speak in favor of Resolution 23. It is long overdue for the district to explicitly acknowledge the oppression of Black and Brown people in our community and our role in enacting this harm, and I applaud the board for taking this step. However, this resolution will not be effective unless we marshal significant financial resources to retrain our predominantly white teaching staff and immediately discontinue policies that perpetuate racially disparate outcomes. I've only been in the district for a short time, but I can report that a group of us made a small effort to do a small piece of this work last fall. 37 educators came together to read White Fragility, Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Racism by Robin DiAngelo. Through a series of in-person and online conversations, we discussed how race shapes our identities as educators. For some white educators, the book was a wake-up call as to how our privilege shapes how we teach, what we teach, and how we interact with our students. We left the book study wanting more training on how to practice anti-racism in our classrooms and districts. However, when we attempted to share our experience with the board on January 28th, our item was pulled at the last minute. We received absolutely no explanation and our presentation was never rescheduled. My intention in bringing this up is not to evoke shame. My point is rather that condemning racism cannot be divorced from disavowing white supremacy and the way that it manifests in our policies and ourselves. We must believe that it is we as adults that need to be fixed, not children in our district. Our actions must reflect this belief. My question is, will you commit to funding mandatory anti-racism professional learning for all staff, new and tenured, certificated, classified, managerial, and elected? This means no staff members can opt out. This also means facilitators will be paid for their work. You state in the resolution that we believe silence and inaction perpetuate injustice, bias, and racism. My question to you is, how will we ensure that our actions will not be based in a deficit mindset that has historically viewed Black students in our district as less than or other? Future generations will look back on this moment to see how we responded. It is not enough simply to say that we condemned racism. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now Reverend Smith. Reverend Smith, you there? I hear a microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, thank you. My name is Reverend Colomus Smith. I'm the pastor of the University AME Zion Church, the oldest Black church in Palo Alto. The reason this is my first call into the school board, but as you look at this resolution, I would like to present a perspective as somebody that deals with the carnage that is caused by the systematic destruction that the school system does. I have sat with countless parents and students, irregardless of their socioeconomic level, whether their parents work in high tech and make millions of dollars or whether they are struggling to pay the bills. And the system that we currently have in Palo Alto has a detrimental mental, physical, emotional toll on Black students. At this point, this resolution is a great start, but we need to follow this up with action. One of the challenges with addressing systemic racism is those that are in the system can't see the issues with the system. I ask that we be humble in this and step back and not go in with preconceived notions, but we step back and say, why is a nation crying right now out of pain of a group? And look at it in an honest and new light. The Black population of Palo Alto, Black students of Palo Alto, they need you to make a change. It is that critical. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're going to cut it off there. That was Reverend Smith was the last person who had signed up. Anyone who wants to send in additional comments can do so to board@pausd.org. Now why don't we go to board member questions and comments? Why don't we just go around and since Ms. DiBrienza and Ms. Bacon-Caswell have spoken, why don't we start with Mr. Durop? Do you want to start us off?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Ms. DiBrienza and Ms. Bacon-Caswell for bringing this resolution to the board. Thank you to all those who spoke today and the many more who didn't speak, but I hope will email your comments to us. And for those of you who have spoken on this issue before and continue to be champions for equity in the district. It's really, really important that we pass this resolution. It's also important for us to say, and I'll say that Black Lives Matter. And here's why it's important, because there is a crushing need to break down the sort of walls of institutional racism that are tragically apparent, not just in everyday life, not just in current events, not just during election years, but when we look at our achievement gap, when we look at the social emotional health of our students and our Black students. And so we do a lot of great things in terms of educational support, but what this resolution does is it creates or it reaffirms a promise to go beyond educational sports, to go to the very heart of the educational system as we know it. Because again, this is a systemic issue. It's an issue of systemic racism. And that means that the only way to truly address it is by taking a very harsh look at what our current system is and why it is that Black students and brown students are being disadvantaged by it. That, you know, talking about how that translates to direct action, something that I will be very much looking forward to at upcoming meetings when staff comes back with ideas on it. But you know, there are really concrete things that we can do that we've talked about as a district. And this is a time to reaffirm our commitment to doing them, and doing them with much greater force than we have in the past. You know, the example that Dr. Austin brought up about assessments is just one. It's an excellent example of how the system is inherently racist, inherently disadvantages Black students and brown students. What are some of the ways that we can counteract that? What are some of the ways that we can build in, build in a new system? It starts with hiring. Representation is key. Hiring Black teachers, hiring more Black district staff. When you only have 2% of the district who is Black, that creates it really magnifies the issue that we face as a nation, because now we have a super minority of students in our district who are Black who feel isolated because they don't have those same role models to look up to in the classroom. They don't have Black teachers that they can look around and see. It's a very difficult situation to be in when you don't have representation. Ethnic studies curriculum, ethnic studies that aren't just relegated to Black History Month, as Miss Woodham said, really integrating the contributions of Black people into every facet of our curriculum, every discipline is critically important. Otherwise, it's just 1 month out of the year, and that I think only magnifies the problems that we have. Professional development, as some folks talked about, and as we've talked about as a district, but really honing in on unconscious bias training, on privilege and what it means and how it affects our students, culturally responsive teaching. These are ideas I'm looking for staff to come back with, but there are so many action items that we can take that we really have to do more, because this resolution is not just a promise. It's not just a commitment, I think, from the board. It's a challenge to us, to district staff, to tackle this issue and do it with decisive and swift action. And I will say that I also personally think that this is a challenge to the community at large. In my 2.5 years on the board so far, I've heard from lots of Black and brown families who've experienced firsthand the inequities that are inherent in our system. I've also heard things from other parents, like Black students would achieve higher if they had a stronger culture of work, of working hard. I've heard from parents, Black and Hispanic students bring the rest of the students down. I've heard from community members, our community members, these absolutely ridiculous things that only serve to perpetuate the racism inherent in the system. So I would like this to be a challenge to those community members who may think to themselves, I'm not racist. This doesn't really apply to me. Sure, I support Black Lives Matter. Really think about what it means to support the destruction of systemic racism. The most common thing I hear, and it's not just a one-off, the most common thing I hear is supporting equity initiatives in our district undermines the academic achievement for all students. And this is like saying all lives matter when some people are saying Black Lives Matter. It is implied that all lives matter. It's implied that all students should be supported to succeed. The reason that we say Black Lives Matter is because Black lives are the ones at stake, at risk. The reason that we say Black Lives Matter in our educational system, the reason we are and should be so committed to supporting Black and brown students in our school district is because they are the ones who are being marginalized by a system that serves others disproportionately better. So I am going to vote in favor of this resolution. I'm going to be a hawk on concrete solutions coming back to the board on this. And I'm going to encourage community members to really think about what it means to be a part of a community that breaks down systemic racism in our schools.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber.
Thank you. Thanks to all the community members who spoke, particularly those Black members of the community who shared their own experiences living in Palo Alto, having children in Palo Alto, growing up in Palo Alto. I really appreciate that. Thanks to Ms. DeBrienza and Ms. Bain-Caswell for to take a clear stand and communicate clearly on this issue. The district has a long history of low performance in supporting the achievement of our Black students and other students from minority groups and disadvantaged backgrounds. Regret about the lack of progress that we've made before and during my time on the board, and I hope that this causes us to recommit ourselves to that work. I appreciate the reminder from Ms. Ichikawa that we have to not just pass resolutions, but also fund programs, and I look forward to the opportunity to do that, and to members of the community for holding us to account when we don't. I want to say just a word about an issue that several speakers raised, which is about the behavior of police, certainly nationally, but also in Palo Alto. I mean, it's been deeply disturbing to see police attacking citizens and others, obviously, members of the community. Some of the riots that we've seen are better characterized as police riots than riots of others. The violence has, in many cases, been perpetrated by police officers. I was disappointed personally to see the comments of some of our colleagues on the riots of others, the council, to really downplay and dismiss the fact that the police in Palo Alto have themselves been guilty at times of perpetrating acts of violence upon residents in Palo Alto, large and small. And I think it's really important that elected officials begin by acknowledging the reality of the problem, as I hope that we're doing, because absent that, there's no possibility of progress. So I intend to vote for this resolution and also to advocate for policies on other bodies. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. DeBrienza or Ms. Bain-Caswell, did you want to add anything to your prior remarks?
I just want to thank the speakers for speaking, and I concur with my colleagues, and I really look forward to staff bringing forward actionable items, based on this. And I know some are already in the works and some are going to be new, and I'm really optimistic that this is going to move the needle in a way we haven't been able to. That's all.
I would like to say that there were some members of our staff that helped us write this, and I want to thank them. Lana particularly, but there were some other folks as well who might not want publicity, but I just want to say that Jennifer and I didn't just reach out into the community, we reached out to staff as well. And we know that we're not experts on this. As a matter of fact, we're as far from experts as possible. But we would like to be able to make a positive difference, and we'd like to work with others to make sure that what we're focused on is the right work. So thank you. Thank you to all my board colleagues for accepting this.
Dr. Austin, before we take action on this, did you want to say anything about this?
I'd like to echo, and I think Ms. DeBrienza and Ms. Bain-Caswell, great job. And we'd had some conversations about it and how this might form up. And I want to echo Ms. DeBrienza, her opening. It's challenging to get it right. And the resolution, I think he did a fantastic job, but now the work needs to be right. And I'm also going to echo something Ms. Bain-Caswell said. I've had some very, very meaningful conversations, especially in the last 3 or 4 days. and tap some people I think can really help us lead efforts that are already in our district, and they are role models. And I'm going to ask them to step up their leadership and help us progress this work in very different ways. And I can tell you, not one has said no so far. So that just shows me that, some people are waiting to be asked, and we can have an opinion about that, but maybe we just need to ask more. So one way or another, I'm glad that we're starting to build some energy and, coalition power around this. So thanks to those as well. So Mr. Collins, we have a recommendation of waiving the 2-meeting rule, just as a reminder.
Thank you. Yes. And in fact, I was going to move that we waive the 2-meeting rule. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Ms. DeBrienza seconding. Can you take the roll on waiving the 2-meeting rule, Dr. Ross?
Yes. Ms. DeBrienza.
Aye.
Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Mr. Dauber?
Sorry, I unmuted and muted. Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye.
Collins.
And I also vote aye. And now I move to pass the resolution denouncing discrimination and supporting equity, safety, and well-being of Black people. Is there a
Second.
Second by Ms. Baden-Caswell. Can you take the vote, Dr. Austin?
Ms. DeBrienza.
Aye.
Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Durop.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
And I enthusiastically vote aye, so this passes unanimously. I really applaud the sentiment, and I thank the speakers and the board members. But the good intentions are not good enough here. This will be measured by our performance will be measured by our action as it should be. And so I think we can ask other people to hold our feet to the fire, and I hope they do, but we really have to hold our own feet to the fire and make sure that we deliver on the things, on the good words that we're saying today, starting with the next board meeting. So look forward to that. All right, thank you all. And with that, why don't we move on to item 5B, which is a resolution to lay off classified employees. Dr. Austin, is this you?
Yes, I'm turning this item over to Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Hendricks.
Good evening. Thank you. This resolution to lay off classified employees was brought to you on May 26th for discussion. We're bringing it back tonight with no changes to the additional resolution. Again, I just want to state that we regret the need to bring this to you. It's presented to you to address the projected budget shortfalls that we've seen in our last board meetings, and also with a commitment to continue to maintain the excellent level of service that's expected in Palo Alto Unified School District. So the resolution is coming to you for approval tonight, and I welcome any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you. Should we take public comment first? So I see a couple of hands up already. Why doesn't anyone who wants to comment on this item, now's the time to raise your hand either in Zoom or if you're on their phone, you can press *9 and raise your hand that way. And I'll wait a beat just to see what our count is. All right, looks like we're going to be fewer than 10, which means that each person will get 3 minutes. And the first person will be Rachel Gibson. Anyone else? I'm sorry, before you begin, Ms. Gibson, anyone else who wants to comment, please make sure you raise your hand before the first person finishes so we can get a clear count. All right, Ms. Gibson, please go ahead.
Thank you. As chair of the District Sustainable Schools Committee, I've been vocal about my concerns related to the decision to eliminate the sustainability manager position. I am deeply concerned that the district has no clear plan for how the sustainability program will survive without a dedicated person at the helm. Ideas of how to do this at the 30,000-foot level provide no comfort that the maintenance team, already overburdened, will pick up the work with staff who have not yet been identified and who will need to be trained. You can't ask people who already have full-time jobs to take on the work of a position that you are eliminating. What work will be taken off their plate so they can actually be successful, especially as we ask our custodians to spend more time creating safe spaces for our kids and staff with increased disinfecting? And what positions will you cut when you have a bigger budget deficit due to increased energy costs? The district won't sustain the $700,000 per year in avoided energy costs without a dedicated sustainability manager whose job is to view our utilities through the lens of energy conservation rather than maintenance. Other Bay Area school districts, San Francisco, Oakland, and Berkeley, are not eliminating any sustainability positions during their current budget crisis because they know it makes fiscal sense to maintain a program that is working well and saving their district's money. One more thing about the person who sits in the position currently, Rebecca Navarro. She is a shining example of creative problem solving, a person with the ability to work productively and collaboratively across departments and with the district's strategic partners, a person of strength coupled with compassion. This is the kind of person the district should be bending over backwards to keep in leadership. I urge the board to amend the resolution to remove the sustainability manager position, the one position being eliminated that saves the district money and for which there are no clear plans for preserving the work and associated savings. At the very least, wait on this vote until you have a concrete plan from the staff that assures you that the sustainability program will survive. Hope is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is, it looks like we're still under 10, so it'll be 3 minutes for all speakers. Next up is Meb Steiner, followed by Star Teach Out.
Good evening. This is Meb Steiner again, president of CSEA. I did speak to this at the special board meeting on Tuesday, but I would like to reiterate my comments here again tonight. I know it is never easy to make these decisions, and I understand that there are, budgetary concerns that we are looking at. The points I really want to make are sort of what are our plans? We put a custodial supervisor in place. We're in the middle of a pandemic. What are we doing in terms of making sure our custodians are trained and, dispatched appropriately to the right places and the right numbers? Risk management as well. I feel that in a pandemic, we should be having some sort of risk plan. Research and evaluation, we may not be doing certain assessments or state assessments, but I feel that there's probably a lot of other data and data-driven decisions that we are going to have to make. We're going to have to assess how our different models are doing as we shift to online or hybrid or whatever. And the sustainability manager also, it is a much broader thing than, sending emails to remind us to turn off our electricity or unplug our appliances. The HVAC component has been mentioned. I believe our district has one HVAC person. He's currently one of our foremen, definitely a very qualified person, but I'm wondering if, what the plan sort of there is of how we're continuing this program. We committed to sustainability. As Ms. Gibson has already pointed out in her comments, it is a position that has been funded by the savings afforded through utility and all. I also am just kind of wondering why now. We have a lot of unknowns and a lot of open questions and how we're coming back and how we will proceed. And I'm would like to hear some input on how and when we would like to use reserves. We also have discussed, open positions or vacant positions or folks as they retire or resign. I have not heard too much around what those savings might be and what other kinds of efficiencies or opportunities we may have to save there. Layoffs are always difficult. It's people who have dedicated their time, their passion, their skills, and given a lot to our school community. So I just would like to ask for more of a plan and hope that this decision can be deferred until we have more information, a little more information about how we're moving forward with openings, et cetera, opening of school, et cetera. And I look forward to hearing that so that we know that we are in fact going to be able to carry out the work and carry out the supervision. I shared an
Ms.
analogy.
Steiner, we're over time. Can you wrap
Sorry.
up?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add, I think Mr. Collins, you shared that often mid-management is sort of where cuts get made. I just want to offer the soccer analogy that, you know, it's kind of like playing a soccer game without a midfield. Midfield is crucial for that connection between leadership and staff and sort of getting the ball to where it needs to get. So I just urge us to think about it a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Star Teach Out, followed by Jocelyn Levy.
Okay, thank you to everyone for giving us this chance to talk about this position, the sustainability one. I want to echo the two previous speakers. They've said most of what I wanted to say. As you know, there's a cadre of people who value this, retaining this position. Please come up with a plan before cutting it and take a look at the reserve budget. It's featured on our own PAUSD site as a gold star for our district, and I'd hate to see us abandon this level of commitment. Be careful dismantling one by one these positions that may seem small, but that embody and feed the heart of our community. It's these smaller, unique positions that differentiate us from our schools. And it also draws people like me, whether you want me or not, but it draws committed people to want to make our district a better place. So anyway, carry on and please think of these thoughtful comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jocelyn, followed by Kaylee Whitehouse.
Can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, great. So this is Jocelyn Levy. I'm speaking as a parent, as someone who actually really tries to be efficient and cheap in their own life. And so when I look at the sustainability manager position, I have to wonder if you're cutting it because it's not called the efficiency manager. When I see a statistic that this position, in addition to its salary, saves more than $500,000 a year, I do have to think of this as sort of just a way to push aside something that seems wishy-washy to appear like you're making the hard, tough financial decisions. And I know that sounds really blunt and cynical, but I'm looking at the numbers. I'm also a green-hearted person. We're going to leave that to the side. So let's say that you decide to get rid of this position. What I want is a list. I want every single task that she was responsible accounted for. I want to see who is going to do the 10 weekly hours of data entry, who's going to track the energy usage. I want to see who's going to be making the tweaks in the climate control that's going to add up to the savings, especially when, according to the budget, it looks like there's going to be a 13% rise in energy costs, and we're going to be looking at bringing Coverly online. There are also the issues of what is the custodial staff going to do when they find items in their trash that they're not responsible for and they need a contact in the district? Who is that going to be? Is it going to be the head of maintenance? Who is going to be looking at the chemical guidelines and the new disinfectants that we're going to be using throughout the different sites and how those might build up over time? Who is going to be the liaison on the City School Traffic Safety Commission to make sure students get to school safely? We're going to be changing our entire schedule around busing, and we have 8,000 students who travel by bike or by walking right now, and we're going to be changing that around. Who is going to be the person who's accountable for that? So when I look at all these different things, and I didn't list everything, you're going to need at least 5 different people. And I don't know how that's going to make a dent in the budget deficit. So it seems not sustainable and it seems really inefficient. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Kaylee Whitehouse, followed by Eileen Kim. Ms. Whitehouse?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
We do. You're a little faint.
Okay. I will. My name is Kaylee Whitehouse, and I have 2 students in PAUSD, and I work in clean tech. I would like to note to the board that this is my first time as a parent speaking to the board. Sustainability and equity are two of the most important issues of our time. I had hoped to speak to you today on an equally important item to me, the resolution denouncing discrimination, but there wasn't time. So I would like to speak today on the decision to effectively remove our sustainability program in PAUSD by cutting our one sustainability manager. This bears repeating. This one position sustains this program for our entire district. And by cutting this one position, we are effectively removing our sustainability program. Adding tasks to others as added responsibilities does not a sustainability program make. Stanford University has just announced they will be opening a sustainability school. After careful consideration, Stanford decided not to make a sustainability program, but an entire school, because sustainability is that important. In the very same moment, in the very same month, PAUSD announced that it is deciding to cut its entire sustainability program by cutting their one manager. This should go without saying, but it bears reminding that sustainability and equity are inherently linked. I have worked with Rebecca Navarro on numerous occasions as our school's traffic safety representative and our site council parent chair. She was instrumental in not only caring to help improve sustainability at our school site, but also for getting the work done necessary to push through some long neglected safe route to school issues that were a liability waiting to happen. These improvements not only protected the lives of over 300 elementary students, teachers, and parents, but also hundreds of Gunn High School students and Fletcher Middle School students who use our campus as a primary and official bike route. Equity, access, and sustainability are the most pressing issues of our time, and I ask as a parent that you reconsider this decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Whitehouse, and thanks for joining us. All right, next is Eileen Kim, and that will be the last speaker per our protocol of, that was the last person in the queue when the first person finished. Anyone else in the queue can email comments to board@pausd.org. All right, Ms. Kim.
During the Spanish flu, one of the ways schools dealt with the shortfall of monies was to lay off a great deal of teachers, which had a long-term deleterious impact on teaching and learning on our students. I urge you to learn from our historical past mistakes. Laying off of staff, including classified employees, is absolutely the wrong approach. Instead, when there are other alternate options available, our district has the highest level of paid administrative staff. Options such as people earning over $150K per year should perhaps have their salaries frozen, or perhaps skipping this year's salary increase may be of benefit to all. Perhaps going even further and perhaps considering decreasing the salary 10 to 20% of these highly paid staff to ensure essential workers are in place in our schools would mean there's a greater benefit for all our students in classrooms. Leadership needs to have priorities and values, so the school budgets in a way that values this. Across the board budgeting means there are no priorities. We need priorities and values. Firing the sustainability manager, but keeping high salaries over 100K and providing ongoing salary increases this year in a time of pandemic brings into question the board's values. In terms of the sustainability manager, this is the person who's in charge of our green recycling program, as well as moving our lunch menus from recycling plates from the past use of disposable waste. They also work with the schools to ensure the gardens are up and running and coordinated, and they also work with green waste collection in our various schools. This person's role is vital to a student's well-being on campus. please reassess your budget and considerations of who is laid off and how their jobs can be spared and which salaries can be frozen during this unique time to ensure students' environments are preserved, especially during a pandemic period when the well-being of our students are vital and essential. And the sustainability manager's job impacts not just her job or his job, but impacts all the schools, all the students. It impacts green waste. It impacts lunches. It impacts gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's public comment. And now we'll move on to board member questions and comments. I apologize, the order is kind of random. Can we start with Mr. Durop?
Sure. I have not much to add from last time, only to say, you know, I recognize, and I think the board recognizes that all of these positions and programs that we're cutting are valuable. If they weren't, we wouldn't have them. And it's a very difficult situation we're in of needing to cut programs and needing to cut positions in this case that are important and serve important roles. But that's where we are. The one thing that I will say is I spoke with Ms. Chow a little bit because it's true, as Mr. Collins pointed out at the last meeting, you know, there's a distinction between laying off personnel and getting rid of a role and its responsibilities entirely, especially when responsibilities of a role may be critically important. But I'm sorry, there's an airplane above my head. But Ms. Chow we did speak a little bit about how some of these responsibilities, for example, the sustainability role, are going to be transferred over a number of different positions to make sure that some of the great benefits of that role we continue to see even during this time of tightening our belts when we've been forced to lay off the position. So it's not a perfect solution, and I understand that. In a perfect world, I would think that we could keep all of these positions, but I know that this is where we are, and it's just a really tough place to be in. I know that we don't take this step lightly. I know nobody in the district does, and I certainly don't.
Thank you. I guess I should have asked whether people have comments. I don't want to presume that there's comments. So why don't you just raise your hand if you have a comment on this item? All right, Ms. Bacon-Caswell, you want to go next?
Sure. You know, I want to echo Mr. Durop's comments that these are hard decisions, and you know, there are certain things that are we have to prioritize in a time of tight budgets. But I do want to say, you know, behind every job is a person, and we realize that, and that's what makes it really hard. I mean, if it wasn't, it would be a lot easier. We're trying to make our cuts as far away from our students as possible, but we still need a lot of this work to be done, which means things are going to have to be reorganized. I think it's important, Dr. Austin, that we have a plan so we can continue to monitor our energy use. And I know there's some software we're using to do that. I think it would be pretty hard if we didn't maintain that. And so I'm hoping that there is a plan to do that.
Without going too far, I called each of our surrounding districts in Santa Clara County and talked to them about how they do the work as well. And we'll be able to tap on them and follow some of the things that they've done using the same software as well. Okay, well, I think that's pretty important. And, you know, I want to say to anybody who's on this list that, again, this is not our first choice to do this. And the fact that we're in such a difficult financial situation really sucks. Pardon my French. And I think, you know, that's all I have to say. I'm not adding more by saying more here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brianza, did you have your hand up?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I did, thanks. I kind of wanted to echo both speakers. As Ms. Peyton-Caswell said, these aren't just positions, they're people in these positions, and they're individual team members who've served our district in a variety of ways over a variety of length of time. Many of them we're losing completely from the district. Some of them are going to different positions, but that is always difficult. And I want to thank them for all their service. Separately from that is the role that so many people have been speaking to. And I'm especially concerned about it now with COVID and knowing that we're going to have to think differently about our ventilation systems and whatnot. But there's also serving on lots of different committees, right? There are committees that we partner with different organizations and government bodies, committees within our district, that there's a lot going on. So there's a lot to be, to make sure someone else is picking up. And I really am going to expect that staff is going to report back to us. I know there's talk of over the summer doing that work. And I really want to make sure before we start the next school year that we have a plan in place, a doable plan where staff members can take on that work and can do it effectively. It does not do us any good to save this money if we're losing money some other way. So I expect that staff's going to come back to us with what that plan is specifically soon. I can't hear you.
My bad. Other comments from board members? None? Okay. Is there a motion? This is agendized for action. Is there a motion on this? Don't all go first.
I move to approve the layoff action as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Dauber, seconded by Mr. Durop. Dr. Elson, can you call the vote?
Ms. DiBrienza,
Aye.
Ms. Peyton-Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Drop,
Aye. Aye.
Collins.
And I vote aye. So that passes unanimously, though I think with sadness on the part of the board members. All right, moving on to item 5C, approval of schematic designs for buildings A, B, and K renovation project at Gunn High School. Dr. Austin.
All right. Looking to see if Dr. Golton, there's Dr. Golton. Dr. Golton is going to walk us through C, D, and E.
C, D, and E together. Okay.
Starting with C, the board reviewed this as discussion item last time. This actually has been reviewed by the property committee simply because the meetings were available on 3 occasions. This is a transformational item. The Gunn alumni, when they come back, thanks to the Central Building Project, they're going to see a modern campus. And so we'll be pleased to respond to any questions you might have.
We might be having some technical difficulties.
It looks like we don't have speakers. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct, but we're looking for Mr. Collins.
My apologies.
No problem.
I just stepped out to refill my water bottle. I didn't realize how quick that would be. All right. This is agendized for action. Is there any comment from board members? Ms. Bacon-Caswell.
I just want to clarify for community members that might be shocked that after we had a discussion on layoffs, we're now having a discussion on spending money. And just to clarify, money that we use to enhance our buildings comes from a fund that's a bond fund, which is only for capital budgets, which is only for buildings and technology. And I think it's really important for our community to know this was passed by our community to spend on that. We cannot spend this on people's salaries. We cannot use this for operating expenditures. And it's unfortunate that this followed our last item, but that's the truth, that it's a completely different, and they're completely different restrictions on how we spend this.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point for people to understand. Other comments? All right, so this is agendized for action. I guess is there a way to vote on all three at the same time, or should we vote on them separately?
I think we can do it quick.
If the motion is for all three, you may.
All right, well, we can see what the group wants to do. Is there a motion for all three?
I'll move that we approve all three projects.
Second? Seconded by Ms. Bacon-Caswell. All right, Dr. Austin, can you call the vote?
Ms. DiBrienza,
Aye.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Drop,
Aye.
Mr. Collins,
And I vote aye. So items C, D, and E pass by a vote of 5-0. All right, now we're moving on. That's action items. Now we're moving on to staff reports, and this is the big one, or one of the big ones, is our COVID-19 update. Dr. Austin.
Mr. Collins, I have two questions, and one is for Derek, who is not in the room. I'd like to ask if Eve Fichtner is on as a panelist, and then if so, if it's possible to switch A and B, because we have an attorney on the line to walk us through B.
I move we flip A and B on our agenda.
I think we can just we can call an audible on that one, I think.
Okay.
But this all depend on Attorney Fichtner being with us. Is she with us, Derek? Do you know?
Yes. Let me promote her to panelist. 1 second here.
All right, great.
Well, she's coming on. I'm going to introduce Eve. Eve Fichtner is a partner at AALRR, one of our firms.
Well, let me just, before you do that, let me just say what this item is.
Okay.
So this is the Title IX update. For people who aren't aware, the Title IX is a federal statute that covers, among other things, gender discrimination in educational institutions. And the Federal Department of Education recently released new rules that cover both institutes of higher education and K-12 districts. And so this item was put on to brief the board and the community on the impact of these new rules on PAUSD, in particular on our policy and practices. All right, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Austin.
No problem. So Eve is an experienced trainer on a variety of issues, including Title IX. She helped the district draft its policies relating to Title IX. Today, she will talk about the new Title IX regulations, which will come into effect on August 14th of 2020, and what impact, if any, the implementation of the new regulations will have on our district. So Eve, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I am assuming everybody can hear me. Thumbs up.
Yes, yes, we do.
Great. So thank you for that background. I do want to start by saying that I appreciate being asked to come back. I did have the pleasure of interacting with most of you for about 1.5 years related to Title IX matters. So one good part about that is that I can say that you as a district are in better shape than most K through 12 districts who are facing these new regulations. And that's because you made the investment in training all of your employees, all of your administrators, about how to report up, how to understand the policies that were revised, and how to do the investigations, the written reports, and the written decisions before discipline was implemented. So that's the good part here, that you have a solid foundation before we tackle these new regulations. So by way of background, the regulations just came out on May 6th. Board president is correct. They are implemented effective August 14th. That's right around the corner. And what that means by they're effective is that they can be enforceable. And what's different here is that these regulations have the full force and effect of law. Because they went through the rulemaking process with the comments and the feedback, these regulations are considered to be the full force and effect of a federal law. Whereas the prior administration regulations that we worked with a couple years ago, they were guidance, they were important federal guidance, they governed the Office for Civil Rights, but they did not have the full force and effect of law, which meant that state law had a little bit more of a bearing in the whole process. So what we're facing here today is a different situation, and we're going to have to work together to figure out how this all is implemented within the very rigorous state laws that we already have, and how this affects you as a district with your existing policies, which are also rigorous. So what I can tell you is that the last administration's guidance that we had worked with during our OCR process, 2011, 2014, 2016, those various guidance documents have been rescinded. So what we are looking at now, we still have the 1997 guidance. We have the 2001 guidance / regulations on sexual harassment, and then we have the new regulations that have gone into effect, that will go into effect. So what the main theme that I want to point out is that the focus here is on a more legalistic form of due process that is to take place before any discipline happens. So a lot of times we think of due process as taking place during the disciplinary action, and that's accurate. But here we're seeing requirements that we might call due process during the complaint, the evidence gathering process, the investigation process, the notification throughout that whole process, before we even get to a hearing that might relate to discipline. So the regs here also are different in that they are more specifically applying to K through 12. The prior administration for OCR, they really focused on higher education. This administration is focusing on both higher education and asking K through 12 to be more rigorous in those legalistic due process options. And in fact, California does have quite a bit of due process when it comes to expulsion, but when it comes to the investigation process, again, that is a branching out. So we know that OCR is still going to conduct investigations or complaints against recipients of funding. We know that OCR is still going to do their own voluntary compliance investigations of various recipients. And we think there may be less emphasis on fines or recommendations to revoke funding, but we will probably see offers of technical assistance. And then specifically in relation to Title IX involving employees' behavior towards students, back in February 2020, OCR made it clear that they're really focusing on making sure that districts are paying attention to employees who are improperly acting with students. This is something you tackled 1.5 years ago, but I want you to know it's something that this administration is looking at more closely. So the other thing I want you to be aware of is that as we're getting ready for these regulations to be effective, we have a whole bunch of variables that we don't have control over. By my latest understanding, looking at some of the listservs, there's as many as 11 different lawsuits that have been filed against the Federal Department of Education about these regulations. So far, I have not seen any actions to enjoin or any injunctions on these regulations being implemented, but I want you to know there are a lot of lawsuits out there, and that means at any given time, something could shift a bit in the enforcement. The other thing that's outside of our control is the political climate and the fact that, excuse me, an election is coming up. We've already heard the presumptive nominee, Joseph Biden, saying that he would do something to reject these regulations, which means a whole bunch of different things procedurally, legally, and from a legislative perspective. So what I'm trying to get at here is that we have these things that we can't control, but we have to figure out in the midst of that context, what is the district going to do? The other thing that we don't know very much about yet is the preemption issue. Preemption is a federal legal concept that says if a federal law comes out and tells you to do something and you have a state law that is in conflict with it, the federal law is going to reign. However, there's also the theory that if the state law provides more protections than the floor of the federal law, both can work together. Here in this situation, we're in a unique setting because the state law, some people may argue, is more protective of those who are filing complaints, whereas the federal regulations, some would say, are more protective of those being complained against, the respondents. So we have to figure out as a legal community, working with looking at all of these regulations, how that's going to work. Having said that, I think what you really want to know is what do you have to do before August 14th? So I've made a list of things. One of the things that's important is you really have to take your existing policies, and where it says district compliance officer, you need to add the phrase Title IX coordinator within that title. So simple enough, we can do that. We also need to consider reviewing and updating your existing policies, and because of all the elements that we don't have control over, I would recommend looking at interim policies so that we are able to move and shift as things come at us from a federal or state legal perspective. So that is something to consider. How are we going to review and update and create policies, maybe interim policies, before August 14th? Now, I've spoken to people at CSBA, and they intend to put their sample policies out by mid-July. I've also talked to them about the preemption issues that we're concerned about, how we're going to, are we working within the existing uniform complaint procedures, or are they creating a different policy? And so I'm hopeful that they will be looking at those issues. I also know that ATICSA, who's a national group that works on Title IX matters, they're delving into the K through 12 piece, and they're planning on putting out sample regulation policies the end of June. So we'll be able to see what some of the thinking is, but we also at the same time can be getting started with your board policy subcommittee to look at this. The other thing that's very important is to get training completed so that as of August 14th, you can show that there has been training. I actually think this is doable, and here's why. You've already done a lot of training for your entire district. These regulations, they require training for a smaller number of people. Granted, we have to figure out who these people are going to be, but here's who they would include. The Title IX coordinator, any of the investigators, the decision makers, and that would be hearing officers or appeal officers. I'll explain that in a little bit. And then anybody who's going to facilitate informal resolutions. So those people need to be trained on or before August 14th. In terms of training for employees, you already have training in place typically for mandated abuse reporting. Under these Title IX regulations, they've clarified that all employees must report Title IX reports that they receive or hear about up the chain to the either the deputy coordinator at the site level and the district Title IX coordinator. So the good news is I do not think there needs to be significant changing in any of the existing employee training that needs to take place. These regulations do not require training for students, parents, or other district employees. Granted, it's always a good idea, but it's not something that you are required to do by August 14th because it's not in the regulations. The other thing that's new under these regulations is that any training materials you use have to be published on your website because they are making, they want to make everyone accountable that their materials are neutral and not biased towards complainants or respondents. And so they want the materials published as a way of, my interpretation is a way of an accountability. So I'm gonna be quiet now. I've said a lot. I can take questions or I can continue to explain some of the significant changes.
Why don't we pause and see if there are questions from the board or comments from our community. and then we can decide what to do next. So anyone who wants to comment on this in the audience, you can either raise your hand in the Zoom app, or if you're on the phone, you can press *9. Board members, comments and questions on what we've heard?
I have one question.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Oh, okay. I just want to know if, as board members, we need training.
The Title IX regulations do not require that training. If you are hearing from an expelled student that where this process has changed, you might want to have some sort of update as to whether that changes what you look at in any sort of an expulsion matter. But that is really looking down the road. It's not something required under these Title IX regulations.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments from the, oh, now I do. Mr. Dauber, go ahead.
Well, I would just like, I mean, these Title IX changes, I think, are part of a concerted assault by the Trump administration on, civil rights protections for victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment on campus. And I think the last thing we want to do is rush to implement changes that, as our attorney says, may be contested by questions of sort of priority of state law and federal law and lawsuits, and also, hopefully the strong possibility that the Trump administration will be gone in January, and with it, these regulations. So I think the appropriate response for the board is to take a wait and see and conservative attitude towards these changes, and not rush into a whole bunch of changes to comply with regulations that may just not be effective for one or another reason in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Brianza, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to thank Ms. Fittner for always laying it out very clearly for us so we can understand what's going on, but I have no questions.
My only question is, I generally agree with Mr. Dauber. It's like when things are kind of a mess and the future is very uncertain, there's a lot of chance for yield loss and wasted effort. So I'm, especially since I feel relatively comfortable with the program that we have, I'm not that inclined to invest a lot of effort in responding to what might be a short-term phenomena. I'm not familiar with the concept of interim board policies. What would an interim policy be?
Well, interim means that you have put together a policy that will be in effect for 6 months, and it allows it to go back through a more streamlined process to the board policy committee to see if it needs updates. So what it allows is, one of the things I want to be very clear is that these regulations are the law. So this law will go into effect on August 14th. So that means technically you could have legal accountability as of August 15th. So I want to make sure that the board and the district take those things into consideration. And one tool could be interim regulations, so that if you have the regulations for the first 3 months, say 90 days, and something changes, you are more nimble to get back in and look at what you have and to keep moving. And you can have that for every 90 days, every 6 months, because we do know for sure they will be effective August 14th. If in the regulations, there are a lot of legal phrases like this part would be severed, but the rest would stay. There's also, and so that's the type of thing that lawyers put in an agreement, that if for chance a court overturns part of it, the rest of it stays. So I think that any district at this point wants to have some amount of ability to be nimble and comply in a way that's protective of the district and the complainants and the respondents, but also allows you to move based on the things we can't control.
Okay. Well, luckily we have a board policy review committee to sort all that out for us.
You do.
Did you want to add, it sounded like you wanted to add a little bit more.
Me?
Yes.
I certainly can add more. There are some significant changes that you may want to be aware of. For instance, the
I would say hit the high points.
The high points. Title IX has narrowed the definition of sexual harassment. So for instance, quid pro quo can no longer take place between students. It has to be an employee. The hostile environment is a more rigorous standard than the California law and the prior Title IX law. The other thing is that the grievance process is going to be much more rigorous in a sense that we'll have written notice. We will have all the evidence will be revealed to the parties before a report is written. So there will be much more disclosure of information through that process. The other thing that has come up, they've allowed an emergency removal piece, which is very rigorous. But if you have a student that poses a threat, you have the ability to do an emergency removal piece. I should add, though, that that's probably not real clear under special education 504 or ADA laws, but that's rather new. The other thing that is different is that the Title IX coordinator cannot be the decision maker about whether or not somebody's responsible for Title IX violation. The investigator cannot be the decision maker of whether or not there's a Title IX violation. You need to have a separate person that's a hearing officer. And then everybody has a right to an appeal as well. So you have different decision makers throughout the process, and they're not to be playing multiple roles. So that's another significant change.
I've got a quick question.
Yeah.
Ms. Bickner. Just to clarify one of your points, to ask again, just because the federal rules have become narrower in their definitions and other places, that doesn't prevent us from keeping or maintaining a more protective policy, right?
I wish it were that simple, but it's not, because what Title IX has done what OCR has done this time that they did not do last time, is they created a very specific definition of sexual harassment. They've pointed to a very specific definition of sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. If you look to California law, we also have incredibly specific definitions of those things in our education code for expulsion. And what federal preemption tells you is if you have the federal saying this is the definition and the state says no, this is, federal law is going to prevail. Now that doesn't mean, now I'm simplifying it. Again, we're trying to figure all this out. So that's a simplified answer. That doesn't mean, however, that you can't have a policy that goes down the same track. And if it doesn't meet a Title IX definition, you could still look to see, does it meet a bullying definition? Does it meet a hate violence definition? Does it meet a general harassment definition? But if you're trying to say sexual harassment in California is one thing and Title IX it's something else, there's a real possibility here that that is a conflict, because the OCR is specifically passed regulations to give greater rights and due process to the respondents. And that is not the same procedure in certain aspects of state law. So there's a debate among it. It's not obvious. A better example would be, go ahead.
Ms. Fisher, may I can stop you there, because I think what I'm taking away from this is that this is robust full employment for both all the attorneys involved and our board policy review committee members, including Mr. Darup, who I think is watching it settle, who runs that committee, is the full weight of it is settling in on him. So, I think we might want to cut this off here unless board members have other pressing questions, and just acknowledge that we've got some work to do. And I think that heavy lifting will be done primarily by the Board Policy Review Committee, and we'll wait for their recommendations to come back to us to act. And staff obviously has some work to do in terms of the mandated training and making sure we're compliant on that front. Does that sound right to you, Ms. Fichtner?
It does indeed.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this before we let Ms. Fichtner go? All right, thanks. That was incredibly informative. troubling in some ways, but very informative. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Austin, shall we return to item 6A, COVID-19 update?
Yeah, and before I turn this over to Ms. Ofek, we've been getting questions, and this is all COVID related and reopening related. So we've been getting questions from community members and athletic clubs about rental of facilities. So I just want to touch it really quickly. We get guidelines all the time, and because we receive a guideline on a Friday doesn't mean we reopen on a Saturday for rentals and facilities. But I do want to tell you where we are at right now. I've been meeting with the our league member superintendents. So that again is Milpitas and Santa Clara and Los Gatos, Saratoga, Fremont Union, and talking about how we can look at those guidelines and start getting our own students. And I get that the clubs are sometimes our students too, but they might be elementary students. We're talking about our high school athletes back in a way that complies with the most recent guidelines. And today we kind of resolved some things, which is good. And we need to present this back to the county for an approval. Some high points will be cohorts of no more than 12. I would have to arrive and leave with a mask, but not during the time together. Outdoor only for right now, so nothing indoor. And some other stuff that I'll get you by Friday. So we're still finishing up our joint guidelines. But we did push the start date back. So San Mateo got some attention because they've already started back with athletes and opening up pools and doing different things. Eastside Union down in San Jose, same. We were going to propose to start on Monday, but as a group, the superintendents decided we should push it back a week because nobody knows right now what is going to happen with people who were in large gatherings over the last week. And we would hate for that to be our first week back when if something breaks out, we hadn't given it the extra week. So essentially we're giving it the 2-week period of time and saying nobody returns till the 22nd. Once our guidelines are finished up and you all have a look at them on Friday, then we can start renting our facilities to rental groups and some of these clubs that are asking. But we need to book the spaces in ways that comply with our restrictions from the county and to our high school athletes first. So until that's booked, can't come out. So I would say this for athletic facilities, and this isn't just athletics. We're talking about band, flags, cheer, all these different groups that are dying to get back and get started. The guidelines are going to cover all of that. Once that's settled, we'll start back out on the other facilities. That is not in the grand scheme of things as important as what Ms. Ofek is going to talk to us about right now, but it is important to people that have that in the front of their mind. So I just wanted to give that out for everybody. So Ms. Ofek and Ms. Brown, you've got it.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So if you all would let me know that it's working, that would be fantastic. Excellent. Thank you. I see the thumbs up. So let me put my screen away. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about summer school this evening. We are obviously still trying to figure things out related to this pandemic. We're still in shelter in place, although phasing out of it. We are, however, continuing to find ways for our community, student community to have some kind of summer program. So we have been putting together a program that consists of a social emotional learning element that would be available for all K-8 students starting on July 6th, which you'll hear about in a moment, as well as a targeted academic program for our underperforming students. Our social emotional learning framework, the course or the framework for the course is what I'll talk about first. So it is designed using the SEL standards that PAUSD has adopted several years ago. It is a 4-week course, so we have selected 4 standards. It will be self-paced and online through Schoology, and it will have additional features to it, like physical activities, recommendations, read alouds by our librarians, and links to enrichment websites that kids can do, participate in and spend time on in those enrichment activities that we have set up that will be pushed out through that course as well. So those are the 3 big framework pieces for, again, K-8. The 4 standards that we're focusing on are self-awareness. So how do we have kids who can identify their emotions, personal assets, areas for growth, what they might need for supports and whatnot. And that's really critical as we start to come back into school with a whole new kind of environment for kids who are not used to wearing masks or having dividers or staying 6 feet away from people, or all of that social distancing pieces in larger groups. So that self-awareness piece is really important. In addition, self-management, which is our next item. And that's how you regulate your emotions and your thoughts and your behaviors around all of those elements. Social management, which is how you interact with other folks. And then we have the social engagement. Obviously, we want kids to have that kind of interaction that we want and that school provides for kids. And all of those are really 4 super important elements of social emotional learning that we feel will help our students be more prepared for the start of school if they choose to participate in this program. And it's completely optional. It has a schedule to it. This is the, I say it's tentative, although I think it's pretty concrete according to the information, the most current information I have. And I will say that students are able to follow this schedule exactly, or they're able to access the information and participate in their own pace, in their own time, both. So it's both a synchronous opportunity and an asynchronous opportunity, just depends on what is right for your family. And again, that's K8, and there'll be information available for everyone going out in an email starting, I think, in a week, or it's coming out mid-June, in another week or so. And we will have information available to all families. It's how to access the course, the duration of the course, and then we have it broken out into, or the people who are designing it and planning it are breaking it out into 3 different grade bands. So if you have a student in K2, there'll be something age appropriate for K2 kids in those domains, and then 3-5, and then 6-8 as well. So within each of those standards, and there'll be a grade band specific set of activities for you to engage in. Registration is not required. Like I said, communication will be coming out in another week or so. It's all available beginning on July 6th in our Schoology portal, which is all kids can access online through the ID portal. And then we have Rebecca Shen-Lawrenson, who's going to be our online course administrator and taking care of the schedule and making sure we have all the different elements put together for each of the weeks. And then Judy Argumetto, the Director of Academic Supports, is actually overseeing all of the summer school programs along with Dave Hoshiwara. So those are the details related to our online social emotional learning course, available for all students in grades K-8 as they wish with their families. They can do it synchronously or asynchronously. In addition to that, we have some targeted academic programs. For elementary, we will have rising 3rd through 6th students who are underperforming students who will continue with and or be assigned an FEV tutor who will work with them on reading and math. We have a middle school program. We're again targeting underperforming students, and that we have a program specific to math lessons daily, which will then be followed up with a office hours kind of model. So there'll be a synchronous element to it where there's a lesson every day and some direct contact time. And then there'll be opportunities for kids to follow up and do things in an asynchronous way. The students will be working on problem solving and mathematical mindsets and doing some really cool problem solving, like I said. So very excited about that we're able to continue to have that opportunity for our students. And then in high school, we have credit recovery only. We are using UC Scout, and it is a self-paced program. It will go through August. And we have 2 issues around our offerings with the UC Scout. Chemistry is not offered through UC Scout, and nor is living skills. The chemistry course, as a result, we are going to go ahead and put that into Schoology, and we're developing our own course for the kids who need the credit recovery for that. And given the popularity of our living skills program through summer school, we felt that was a really essential piece that a lot of people figured into their planning for their course sequences. So our juniors and seniors were going to be heavily impacted, and we went ahead and have created an online course again through Schoology for that living skills course for the juniors and seniors who originally signed up. We're working through getting people off the wait list. I think there are just a handful of kids still on the wait list, but we're working on figuring out what that means and if we can accommodate them or not. So we will have a daily attendance requirement for those courses, and they will be tracked through PAUSD teachers, whereas the UC Scout folks are doing the credit recovery for us with the other courses. So again, all of this I'm going over very quickly because the last 2 board meetings, I think, and even in this board meeting, we have a lengthier, more developed document attachment with all of the details in it that you can also look at. But this is just a very high level overview of what all of those elements are. And I guess one thing that's on here, although economics is not a credit recovery piece, it's much like living skills where students, it's a semester long course, and the students plan that out quite a bit ahead of time. And we're offering us the economics course for the kids who had previously signed up for it because it was part of their planning. And again, it's a graduation requirement and it's only a semester long course. And we had kids who were counting on it for graduation. So we went ahead and offered that as well. We have extended school year, or you've heard us all refer to it as ESY. We have a program for elementary. The elementary program will be all online. It will have synchronous and asynchronous elements to it. It will run from 8:30 to 12:30, again, from July 6th to July 31st. They will have a focus on language arts and mathematics. They'll have some group specialized academic instruction, and they will also have some related services provided. They will open the day with a morning meeting. There'll be some direct instruction in those areas that I just mentioned, and then they'll have some academic supplements as well. So a lot of things like that you saw earlier in the SEL piece, where they're going to have read alouds and opportunities for kids to participate in physical activities and different types of activities where they're getting the staff on board for maybe a science lesson in a week, or a geography lesson, or a social studies lesson, some social emotional lessons as well incorporated into this. So that SEL piece will bleed over into this ESY program as well. And again, just to reiterate, it will have live in-person synchronous elements as well as self-paced elements. Then there's ESY, or extended school year, for secondary. The middle school program is similar. And at the moment, actually, I'm not sure we have anyone signed up for it, but the case managers and the director of and coordinators are working on making sure that we have students who are eligible for that, who might or might not choose to do that. But we do have that similar program for the middle school folks. And then we have for high school, if you're more than 10 units or 10 credits needed for credit recovery, then you're in this ESY program. If you're less than 10, you do the regular program. This one is July 6th through August 7th. And we will be using an A to G approved curriculum called Edgenuity. The teachers are all hired. The students are all enrolled. It's 36 or 37 students, I think, at this time. And it has, again, synchronous and asynchronous elements to it. So we are using an approved A to G curriculum for students who have this need. Most importantly, and not that all the others aren't important, but most importantly and excitedly, we are doing an extended school year program for futures and post-secondary students that is face-to-face. It will be held at Green Middle School, 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. And it will go from, again, July 6th to July 31st for futures. Post-secondary students are start a little earlier and go a little later. They are community-based. And in fact, they're looking for some community-based placements for students. So I will put this little pitch out for our community members who are watching. If you have ideas of where students might be able to do work, that would be great, because our community's only just opening up in terms of being able to find places for students to engage in community-based learning. Our CAC has been really helpful with that element of this program as well. So we're super excited to have just shy of 50 students who are participating in this Futures and Post-Secondary Face-to-Face program. We have transportation on board, we have food services on board, we have the maintenance and operations folks on board with all of the PPE and all the instructional aides and all the teachers. Everyone is gearing up for all of this. They're going to have their first staff meeting in a couple weeks, and they are very, very excited about what this is going to bring to their wealth of knowledge and experience as they start to think about what next school year will look like also. So this is a good sample situation for us to use about what we might be looking forward for in the future around our students coming to school next year in these two programs. So there's a very excited group of people. And I will also point out, where according to this morning's SELPA meeting, which our Director of Secondary Ed attended, we're the only school district in the SELPA that's doing a face-to-face program for our students this summer. So we're quite excited about that as well. And we're fielding a lot of questions already about that. So that's summer school. We're also continuing to plan for the 2021 school year. Last time I spoke, or 2 weeks ago, I presented like our planning for what.
Can I make a suggestion, Ms. Ofek?
Yeah.
I mean, you just made a lengthy presentation on summer school and ESY, and now I presume it will be at least as lengthy on next fall. Should we pause and take questions on the summer school part so we don't lose it in the avalanche of stuff for the fall?
I think that is completely up to you. I will go at your direction, but just know there's only 2 slides left.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so planning for next school year continues. A lot of questions came up about how we're supporting students. So I want to put out here that Ms. Conaway and I are working on a PAUSD Plus, which is still in the planning phases or stages. And she's available here as well to answer questions, working with the SAFE specialists and the academic coaches and whatnot around how we might increase academic success by providing students with academic, personal, and social support for in a very safe environment. So we really want to make sure that we're helping the students who need help. This would be specifically for students who we know need help, or students who we know from our experience this spring are struggling to find a quiet place to focus and concentrate on their schoolwork this this past spring would be eligible for this type of support next year. It's not a free-for-all. It's not open to anyone who wants it. We have a very targeted group of students who we really want to make sure have the opportunity to have an equal footing in terms of having, connectivity, their quiet space to learn, support and help if they need help, and specifically to their needs. So that is still in the planning stages. It's a lot more developed than this, but basically it kind of depends on where we go in terms of how we open in the fall, and whether it's fully distanced or on a hybrid plan, and where we would potentially locate this support center. So I'm just going to leave it at that for now. And then I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Brown, who has information about the elementary program specifically, who last time I spoke, the group had another task force meeting scheduled after the last board meeting. So she's going to share an update on new information and give the community some details there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ofek. As everybody knows, our goal in elementary is to return our youngest learners back to school full-time. And the picture kind of gives my presentation away, but last Friday, the California Department of Health released the COVID-19 industry guidelines, which included recommendations for schools. And specifically in their recommendation for using classroom space, it was included that schools consider ways to establish separation of students through other means if practicable, such as partitions between desks. So I was very pleased to hear this, because we have been researching this option and have found these vinyl clear dividers, as shown in this slide here, that we believe if we place these dividers between rows of students facing forward in their desks, we will be able to return all our elementary students in the fall while meeting the guidelines by the health department.
Just to specify, return them full day.
Full day, yes,
Friday,
to their, turn everybody to their regular schedule, yes. And that's it. I'm very excited about that.
That sounds like a mic drop to me.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Austin, did you have anything you wanted to add, or should we go to community comments and then board comments?
I don't have a lot to add. I would just say this. The fall is in some ways getting more clear, and in some ways it's still clear as mud. And I just appreciate the team's efforts, and I wish everyone could see it. There's no shortage of opinions across the country about how to open, or if we should open, or when to open schools, and we're working through it. And some things are starting to break loose, and we're excited about that. So that's all I've got for right now.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Anyone who wants to comment on this, now would be the time. So you should either raise your hand in the Zoom application, or if you're dialed in, you can press *9 on your phone. And I'll wait a beat just to get a sense of how many people we have. Not too many. So each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and the first will be Terry Baldwin, followed by Linda.
Thank you. Terry Baldwin, President of the Palo Alto Educators Association. I just found out about this plan for elementary, possible plan today, with the plexiglass barriers, and did send something out to our site reps who are talking to elementary teachers, and there are many concerns. Just spacing around the plexiglass. If they fall on someone, we have little kids, 5, 6, 7 years old, who's cleaning them, safety hazards. Teachers don't teach in front of the classroom and lecture all day. Just a lot of different concerns. So I think we definitely need to look at this a little and be a little more careful, and not say we're bringing them all back all day right now, because there's a lot of concerns here. So that is what we would like to do. Obviously, all teachers would like to just go back to normal, but I don't know that that's feasible at this point. So just wanted to bring that up before it kind of gets out there that this is the actual plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda, followed by Meb Steiner.
Okay. Hello. Terry said it beautifully, and I echo her. The plexiglass looks like it could be a really great help in the classroom, but it doesn't solve the issue of too many bodies going in and out of the doorway next to each other to get in and out for lunch and recess, sitting at tables. There's so many other parts of the day that don't involve sitting in chairs. And to think that pre-K through, let's say, second or third grade kids are going to be able to sit in their basically little pod area for the whole day is not really setting yourself up for success, in my opinion. So looks like a great help, and maybe more thinking can go around it. And we still, in my opinion, would be hard to have all the kids there all day, even with the divider. The divider can help, and then we probably still need to reduce the number of kids on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Meb Steiner. I think the next one after that is Tebow.
Good evening, Meb Steiner, president of CSEA. First, I do want to say thank you for sharing these plans. I know they're ever evolving, so appreciate the transparency as things are sort of moving forward. I've heard a lot of concerns and questions from our classified staff around the in-person summer school, and then also however we plan on going back in fall. Concerns for safety of the kids, safety of staff. We certainly have student populations that require a lot more support where it's very difficult to maintain the physical distancing. And I know that we are really looking at making sure that we have the appropriate protective equipment. So I just want to continue those conversations. Would really appreciate if we could have a chance for some of the folks who will actually be doing the work to share their concerns or express that, perhaps create a survey of how many people are comfortable coming back so that we know what we're looking at staffing wise. I did hear some concerns from post-secondary that letters where folks had signed up originally to work in the summer, but then COVID came along, but now they've received sort of confirmation letters and they're not quite sure what to do with that if they don't want to work right now. And there are some concerns with the community program of our students and keeping them safe in a community-based program. So I look forward to hearing more about this, and if at the first staff meeting to really urge also the classified staff to be present to share their perspectives and the work that they do with the kids and how they can keep the kids safe and themselves safe as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is, looks like a person named Tebow, and then Juhi Haku.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a kindergarten teacher in our district, and I am excited about the possibility of the separation. However, I have really significant concerns about the ability for us to have as many as 20 students in those classrooms, and as well as I haven't really heard a great plan for how we're going to adjust our curriculum to be able to deliver it to 20 students without having student contact. And that has not really been addressed. And so I'd really look forward to hearing more about what the plan is for that, because as teachers, I feel like that's really an important piece of this plan that we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Juhi Haku. Juhi, you there?
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, great. Um, First of all, I do want to thank all of you for, it's a very difficult time and unprecedented situation. But for elementary kids, I'm finding it hard to imagine how it would work very well to just have those plexiglass partitions and have them contained in that space, especially we're talking like first grade, second grade kids. To have that kind of discipline, I mean, they have to go to the bathrooms and they're going to share these other spaces. There's lunch and outdoor activities, which I understand will probably be limited, but also a little bit concerned that we are totally dropping any online learning option for some of the families who may just not be comfortable sending their kids for a full day in such a scenario. So I'm hoping that there will be some further consideration about what other options are possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We did cut off the, our practices that we stop taking additional cards after the first person has spoken. So there are a couple extra people who have just come in, and my suggestion is you should email your comments to board@pausd.org. And we look forward to getting them. Okay, board member questions and comments. Should we go around on this, or? I see a couple of nods. Okay. All right, why don't we start with Mr. Brienza? You were nodding.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sort of first talk about summer school and then talk about the fall, if that's okay. Ms. Ofek, I just had a few questions. Thank you for that, for all that you've laid out for the summer. For the kids who are invited to come for summer, it was sort of the wording you used was underperforming. And I'm wondering, we didn't do the CASP test this year, right? How is it determined which kids would be asked to come?
So it depends on the level. I'll let Ms. Brown answer the elementary level, but we did have data from last year's CASP test, which we did factor in the beginning. We did invite students to summer school at middle school and elementary school prior to the shutdown. So we did have a whole group of invitations go out, and kids had already been signing up based on a whole set of data that we had already had. So I can, Ms. Brown can answer more information about that, but we did have data ahead of the shutdown, and we had already invited families in.
That's the same for elementary. However, we just finished our MOI, our middle of the year BAS assessment and reading. So we used that to invite students for summer school.
So it's largely reading.
Mm-hmm.
Level. Okay, great, thanks. About the summer school SEL option, who's going to be teaching it?
Well, they have some folks who are signed up. Like I know that I signed up to do a read aloud. So in terms of those elements of the enrichment pieces, we have some computer-based programs. Like we have Lexia that goes all the way through the 31st of June. I believe Dreambox will go through the 31st of June. We have a bunch of other resources that our librarians have curated for us as well. There's some EL specific kind of programs for students in that enrichment piece. And then I believe Rebecca Shen Lawrenson, who is our overseer of the course and the creator of the course, she's overseeing the whole thing, and they're gonna do some live discussion pieces for the SEL standards. There'll be a theme per week, so one of those standards per week, and they're working on getting people to help out, but if not, she'll do them.
Great, thanks. And the last one about summer school was for the kids that are doing credit recovery and using UC Scout. I'm not familiar with UC Scout. I've never, logged in and seen it. But if these are kids that presumably have been struggling academically and are now using UC Scout, is there a support system in place, either like a live teacher thing, or is there a structure to UC Scout that can really help them if they're struggling through the content?
So I am not involved in the setup of UC Scout, but UC Scout's creating a portal for us alone, and their teachers are facilitating our courses. Their courses are all A to G approved, which is partly why we went with them. And their teachers who know those courses, that's another reason we didn't bring our own teachers in to do that. We are paying for the service of the teachers who know the course and the content and the curriculum to monitor those courses for those students. So there should be outreach on their behalf. That's what we're paying for.
Great. Okay. And my comment about, I mean, there was only, like you said, 2 slides for fall. And as an elementary school teacher, it takes a little bit of a mind shift, right? When I first saw it, I thought, no, they can't possibly, what? But I think that part of the issue we're looking at here is that the world has changed, right? There's a very different situation in front of us. And if our options are either to try to make something work with some dividers and having kids work in partners through one of these things and using outside space as much as possible, which in the first few months of school, the weather's beautiful and we don't really have to worry about rain or cold weather or anything. I think choosing between that and either 3 hours a day or all remote, I think I pick the in-person, and let's take all these concerns that the community has raised and work out those bugs. Because for the little ones, I think there's nothing more effective than being in person. So yeah, it's less than ideal, but like all of these options are less than ideal, of course. So the idea of having kids back to school full time, to have teachers be able to form that community, hopefully a lot of outside time, but develop a community in their classroom, parents to be able to get back to work, us to be able to cover all of the curricular areas, not just the 3 Rs in the 3 hours that we might have them. I think this, in my mind right now, this really is a much preferred scenario, even though it is far from perfect. And so I'd like to see in the coming weeks, the thoughts about keeping the distance, you know, what else we have to think about if we're going to have these dividers in the classroom, perhaps. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Durup.
Sure. Thank you for the 2 presentations. They're very thorough, and I appreciate it. The one question I had was about mental health and emotional wellness, because I think, as you recognized, you know, that's going to really be an incredibly important piece of instruction moving forward. I think we spent a lot of time, years, over a decade in this district, really working on combating stress, anxiety, isolation that students have felt through a whole number of different practices. And yet now we're at a time where that stress, anxiety, and isolation is compounded in new ways because of this pandemic. So I know that the presentation laid out a couple of different supports, but I was hoping you could elaborate just briefly into what are some of the things that we're looking at to really address mental health and wellness in a different way than we did prior to this pandemic situation.
So, oh, sorry, something just fell. So I will say that, first of all, we've never done an SEL course over the summer for anyone. Our school psychs are working with Miriam Stevenson, who you'll hear from next, to develop and design these courses and these opportunities. I did answer Ms. DiBrienza's question around, you know, who are these people? We're asking folks to sign up to facilitate the conversations, but we also have to be mindful of the fact that we have a lot of families who actually really appreciate the asynchronous element of things, because they can go do things, and then when they come home in the evening or on the weekends, they can access this information and have conversations with their kids and watch the read alouds or have the follow-up dialogue with students. So a lot of that piece will be there. The idea is to have something live in the mornings, as you saw, and then also have that freedom for families to do that on their own. I'm sure that we have support services that usually continue in some way over the summer, never at the same level as during the school year, but we do have for our students who qualify for ERMS, although that's under IEP 504, but those students still remain under accessible for services in terms of the ESY piece of things. So I think all those parts, I mean, I'm talking about the academic part of the ESY, not about all those other related services, but those were listed in there also. And the ERMS pieces are for that. So for our students who qualify for that, it will be part of those related services.
Thanks.
Is that it, Mr. Darrow?
I think for now.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Baden-Caswell?
I think you've answered some questions. I mean, thank you for all the work so far. I think the summer program has a lot of meat to it that most of our community probably were not aware of. So I really appreciate you bringing it out tonight. You know, not just the credit recovery, but that there's more going on. I know I've gotten quite a few emails from people who are on the wait list for Living Skills, and I'm hopeful that you guys will be creative and figure out a way so that we don't, you know, so we can serve the students that want to do this over the summer, particularly if there's a way to do it more easily because of the way we're doing distance learning. The devil's in the detail for me, for going back to elementary school. I had a much different reaction once I understood that rows of kids were going to be 2 desks together and then a space and then 2 desks together and then a space. In my mind, I was going off of some things I had seen in the press, which were just long rows that didn't end with kids and dividers. And that scared me. But, you know, clusters of 2, I think that probably is not as dissimilar from what I've seen. I mean, we do the small group stuff and we'll have to figure out how to do that. But it's not a big long row, which I was pretty worried about. I think it's really important that we're providing a rich curriculum that's more than just reading, writing, arithmetic. And so, you know, if we can do the extended day in order to do that, I think it's going to be important for the well-being of our kids, not just academically, but their social emotional health. It's, you know, it's going to be hard for kids because connecting to other kids is really important. If we take away that and take away art and music and the things that make them want to come to school every day, it's going to be really devastating. So I appreciate you trying to be creative around that. And I hope we can all work together, realizing that the goal is the best, you know, what's best for the education of our kids. Of course, we want to keep our, you know, our employees comfortable and safe, but I think they want to work with us on that as on, you know, what's best for our kids as well. So I just, you know, I look forward to everybody working together. Thank you for coming up with new ideas, and we'll see where that goes. Thank you.
Mr. Dauber?
Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to focus on what I think is a larger question, which the elementary school proposal kind of is really, I think, aimed at, which is maximizing access to instruction for students, right? The goal, I think, behind this effort is to get as many students back into school as possible in contact with teachers, and because that's, you know, what we think works. That's why we spend all the time and money that we do on recruiting, training, you know, and supporting teachers. And so teachers in contact with students is what we need. If we can actually have full day instruction for those elementary school students whose parents want them to be in physical school, I think that's great. So thank you for Ms. Brown for, you know, your creativity in thinking through that. And I understand the concerns of staff members about, you know, what that might mean. And I trust that everybody will engage in problem solving around getting to that goal. I want to talk a little bit about the high school day, because we've had over the last couple of board meetings some conversations about that, and I think the same principle applies. We really are looking for as much instruction for our students as we can manage. And I think there's two areas where at least I have some high standards for what that will look like in order to feel comfortable approving the direction that we take. One of them is what we do for students when they're not in school on their sort of online days. If we split high school students into two groups, which it seems likely that we're going to need to do, then they will have some time when they are not in school receiving instruction. And I think it's important that that be as close to sort of real instruction as possible. Whether it's recorded lectures, whether it's some sort of synchronous or asynchronous contact, I think it's important that that have content to it, and that it be a meaningful educational experience. And I think the same is true of what I could call the common day, the day that, and I think it's designated as Wednesday in our plan, when students won't be on campus. And I think it's critically important that students be in contact with teachers and receiving instruction on those days, because otherwise, it's a missed opportunity to support students. One thing we saw in the spring is that it's tough for students to access their education without contact with teachers and without that kind of frequent opportunities for receiving instruction and participating in their education and so forth. So I really want to make sure that we prioritize that. I think that's the spirit of the proposal that Ms. Brown is bringing. I hope that all of our staff is make sure that we turn that spirit into actual, concrete progress. As Ms. Baden-Caswell said, the devil's in the details, but it's important that we work them out. I'm really going to be looking to see how well we do that in order to feel comfortable approving whatever the plan is that we end up with.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I strongly echo Mr. Dauber's comments. Our fundamental belief, I think the belief that's guiding the board direction on this, the belief that guides our districts, the investment we've made over the last 50 years in our staff, is that the interaction between the students and the teachers is, as someone mentioned earlier in the meeting, where the magic happens. And that is the critical element to students being successful in school. While some students can be successful in a remote learning context, and some students can be successful with asynchronous learning, I think those are going to be the exceptional students. Those students will be the exceptions. They may be more mature, they may be more disciplined, they may have more disciplined parents who are making sure that their work is overseen and that they do it. But I think for the students who are most needful of school in order to succeed, the teacher is the element that is going to make the critical difference. So contact between teachers and students, preferably in person, if not in person, live and synchronous, if not live and synchronous, in some other way that engages the students, so they're not that they're actually feeling the touch of the teacher and feeling some relationship with the instructor. I think all those are the critical elements that I will look for in the plan that we come up with. You know, and I thank goodness that we have such strong and dedicated educators in our district. You know, I hear about other districts, like for instance, I think we are all aware of Berkeley Unified, which has basically at their last board meeting, which I watched, said their proposal was that everything would be online, that they would go back to school primarily or exclusively with online instruction and have minimal or no in-person instruction. I very much hope that that does not end up being our path, because I think that path is going to be ruinous for many of our students, and especially the students who need us the most. So I'm really counting on our team, and I'm very heartened by both the summer school presentation and the elementary the update we got on elementary. I wouldn't say it's a presentation, that we're thinking out of the box. We're trying everything we can. You know, we're leaving no stone unturned. We have our assistant superintendent of elementary instruction calling the vinyl vendor to find out what it takes to get what it's going to cost and what it takes to get panels made that will fit in our elementary schools and suit our needs. I mean, that's what it's going to take, right? Because this is not a challenge this is not the usual challenge, and it's not going to require the usual response. We're going to need to do something special to deliver what our kids need. And, you know, you guys are the team that's going to do it. So I'm really encouraged by that, and I'm counting on us to come through with something on secondary that can similarly deliver the kind of instruction our kids deserve, the kind of instruction that our kids need. And I know it's going to be hard. I mean, and I know it's not going to be, nothing about it is going to be comfortable or easy. So I really appreciate the effort that's gone in so far, and I'm hopeful that we'll get to a place that we can all feel good about. Any other last comments before this? Dr. Austin, do you want to take us out on this?
Said a couple notes, and you just hit on one. We'd heard plexiglass a couple times. It's vinyl.
Vinyl.
Yes, so huge difference. I'd heard a comment about still desiring an online version and that this gets rid of that. That's not accurate. We will still have an online version for families who are not comfortable coming back. But what we're saying is if you want to come back, we have a spot for you. And we're going to figure that one out. And the last part is, trust me, I understand that every single option that comes forward will have a reason to not choose it. And that things are complicated and there's, well, what about? I get that. And that's important. But we are running out of time. So in my mind, I'm thinking, what about the clock? We have less than 70 days to just think about a school district. Just think about it for a minute. Think about something that changed in any meaningful way during your time as a parent, a board member, a community member. Think about that change. Then think about how long that change took to get there. And then remember, we have 70 days to reinvent what our instruction looks like. So I get the desire for process and well, can we think about, we don't have the luxury of time. Give you one example. We just ordered the outside sink sanitation stations that you might see like at concerts. It makes sense. It hits the guidelines. In fact, it hit the guidelines before the guidelines were even out. We ordered on the spot. We beat everyone to it. They are 15 weeks away. Okay, so every day we're not making a decision and moving forward. Even an imperfect decision is a day that's gone and may not get us a day better. So that's just a reminder that there is urgency around this. But absent that fact, that's the same for everybody. I feel about as good about our position as anything I've seen out there. In fact, better if we're one of the first districts to really figure out that we might be able to bring everyone back at least the elementary level. And I echo everything else I heard from our board tonight.
All right, thank you. Yeah, this is a heavy lift, so thank you and look forward to the next update. All right, moving on to item 6C, Cal Schools and Panorama Survey. This one has appeared on a couple of agendas and been pushed back, mostly so that we could make sure that we had somebody to give a brief overview and answer questions. And I think that person is that, there she is, Miriam Stevenson. All right, go ahead, Dr. Austin.
I think I'm going to go directly to Miriam Stevenson, and thank you and good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We enjoy seeing each other every once in a while too, so this is great.
Yeah.
Miriam's going to give us an overview, and you can see it's a pretty lengthy report, and it's appeared a couple times, but she's going to hit a couple high points, and then we'll be here to take your questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Austin. Thank you, everyone, for making time amidst the very important conversations, discussions, decisions, and work that you have going on your very packed agenda tonight. Personally, I want to echo the appreciation for your commitment tonight to equity, as the reports that we've shared with you really highlight the disparities that our students of color experience in our schools. And so it's nice to have alignment from the top down in terms of making that change for our students. I really feel fortunate, and our team does, to work in a community that during challenging times comes together to shine light on where we can improve and work together to make change. And it's with great pleasure that we're so data focused to be able to impact that change based on what our student needs are telling us. I'm obligated also to really thank some community partners who have been really at the forefront of our work and our collaboration as this most recent data set has been made public. I need to thank Project Safety Net, PAMP, Stanford, and the Herd Alliance for coming together to help us with the process of making meaning and acting on our data. Their partnership has been tremendously helpful to make sure that our students are a part of this ongoing conversation and process, that they see their data and they see the differences between often some of the perceptions of the data and the reality of the data. A separate gratitude goes out to all the people behind the reports that you've seen, including the additional mental health indicators, the people who make this possible, and also that includes our research evaluation assessment department and our wellness team. But a special shout out to our site leadership and our mental health teams at the sites, our counselors, psychologists, and therapists who have already engaged with the Panorama results to start informing their planning for students in the fall. I'll keep my comments very brief, as I know that you have read this, you've seen this several times, but especially because of the hour and what you have in front of you. For the community members who may not be able to see visual supports, we do have the Cal School reports available on our website, and we'll be also adding the Panorama information up there for accessibility, so that you all can access that material even after the board meetings have passed. I'm looking at just some of the highlights that Dr. Austin was mentioning. The real key things for our district to really focus on is that our investment in strong mental health infrastructure has helped us manage the increase of students seeking or being referred for support, and has positioned our district really strongly to be able to manage that increase that's actually correlates with the increase statewide as well as nationwide, as reflected by our CHIC survey and in the Cal Schools suite of surveys. We are this gives me real strong confidence to know that even though we've had a surge in need, that kids are getting connected to supports and more aware of what supports are around them. But additionally, as we've seen with the COVID closures since March, we've seen a strong spike, and our infrastructure has been able to respond. We're currently in the process of planning for what adaptations we need to make to that infrastructure based on what we've learned from delivering services in this remote environment. The recommendation related to the data that you see in front of you is, especially in light of COVID and our pending changes to our data department structure, we recommend strongly to continue the expansion of the use of Panorama to inform interventions and instruction and gain greater insight into whether our investments in these areas are addressing student needs. And if they are not, then we can make adjustments to those to make sure that they're matching the ever evolving needs of our students. Because the trauma of the trauma experienced by our students and families related to COVID and the school closures. We're working with our community partners to integrate more frequent, shorter well-being checks so that we can have an understanding of what our students' basic needs are and be able to support the mental health planning that Dr. Austin mentioned in his update today. With that, I want to turn it back to you all for your commentary and questions on the chicks and panorama, being mindful that we also have an upcoming report to you that gives an end of the year summary of mental health services, as I know that these two items can often be conflated, but are different in nature in terms of the method, as well as what we're doing on the ground with the resources that are allocated to support our students.
Thank you. You got me right after I put a piece of cheese in my mouth, so I apologize for the delay. This was brought forward primarily, thank you for that brief overview. I think that's what we were looking for. This was brought back as a discussion item primarily so that board members and members of the community, if they like, can ask questions. So why don't we go straight to, I don't see any hands raised. If anybody wants to comment on this, they can. Well, why don't we go to board member questions? And Ms. Baden-Caswell, I know you've had questions that have been waiting for a month or more. So why don't you go first?
Well, thank you. Miriam, thank you very much for being here tonight, Ms. Stevenson. The results were not what I thought the results would be after all the work and investment that we put into social emotional learning and mental health services. And I mean, one way to look at it is, when did we do these surveys? But we did them before the closure, isn't that correct?
We did the Cal Schools in the fall of this year, and then we did the panorama right before school closure, with the exception of Green, that was responding to a critical incident at the time.
Okay, so every year I look at the SIPSAs, and every year connectivity and feeling part of your community and having a trusted adult is a goal for most of the schools. And so this isn't a new goal for us, and we're spending a lot of resources. So I was wondering if you could shed some light on what do you think is going on, or maybe more important than that is, what do we need to do differently?
Sorry, highlighted. I think the strong recommendation is to give data that's not taken. So Cal Schools is a really global metrics, as you know, that's taken every 2 years starting in 5th grade and tracks essentially that grade level band through the experience of our schools. However, isn't necessarily a true cohort of students, and also doesn't provide us individualizable data that we can respond to the ground in real time in terms of identifying student needs and being able to connect them with the appropriate supports. The other thing that Cal Schools is does not allow us to do that would really answer the question that you're posing is be able to give us a cohort of students who have received an intervention and then tracked whether or not the students' outcomes have improved as a result of that intervention. This is why we've, from our efforts and investment with SEL, we've recommended having a tool like Panorama that can give us this information to inform our MTSS response, as well as give us pure data that would tell us whether or not we're impacting change based on the interventions we're deploying to the individual students. Additionally, data like this would inform what types of skills students actually need to focus on with their social emotional acquisition, and inform the instruction so that that becomes more relevant and not just a targeted or a wide span of instruction. It becomes relevant to the students as well as the people supporting that student.
So, and I can't remember which one of these, but we saw benchmarks against, I think the rest of the country, but certainly for California. And I think it's important for us to see how we're doing against the rest of the country, or at least the state and local areas, because it could be very easy to say, well, every stress is impacting everybody, stress is going up, students are under more challenges than they used to be. And I think all those things are true. But even when you put that filter on, it does not seem that we're having the impact on our kids that I would have expected. And I understand what you're saying. I think it's a good idea to know where interventions have impacted our ability to with kids or impacted their trajectory. But I'm sort of going back a step and saying, what do we need to do before a child needs an intervention? Like, what do we need to do for our whole population to put them in a place where they feel more connected to school? And I'm wondering if the discussion we had early on about unintentional bias and racism in our community might be feeding that a bit, but it's probably feeding everybody's community, not just ours. I don't know. I'm not an expert here, but I would like to invest. I would like the board to direct resources and policy in a way that's going to improve things for all of our kids. And any things that you've been thinking about along this line would be good for us to hear.
Absolutely. I don't want to take the mic for the whole time, but the recommendations that we have to do just that really are starting with Panorama, because it allows us to embed our metadata for students so we can see patterns of trending indications of when students either might be starting in our system not connected, or when they start becoming disconnected as evidenced by their behavior, their attendance, or the social emotional indicators. I think the benefit of a large pandemic, if you will, is that it really focuses our efforts in this and gives us the opportunity to test certain impacts of doses of social emotional learning in new ways that we haven't been able to. That is a piece of the work that we're looking at with the social emotional learning materials over the summer, to see if this timely learning based on how to manage your anxiety in uncertain times, how to socialize safely, how to know emotions and be able to express them, especially in a masked world. These are really great opportunities for us to have some pre and post really concentrated and very equal instruction access so that we can inform our efforts in the fall. But I do think that there's an opportunity in this moment too to continue with the continuity that we have been expanding upon over the last couple of years.
So we're going to be doing some sort of assessment in the fall after this summer learning?
We are trying to do a pre and a post attached to the units of study to learn if the material had relevance. So this is a part of the design process. We want to see if that, test at the beginning what people are where they are in that knowledge of the skill, and then at the end where they feel they've gotten, or and whether or not the method and the mechanism was effective for them.
Okay. Well, I'll let my other colleagues ask questions. I want to make sure we're investing in the right places, and I'm concerned that our investments don't seem to be giving the results that we thought we were going to get. So,
other questions on this? Ms. DeBrienza?
I don't know, it's a question so much as just kind of echoing Ms. Baden-Caswell's concerns. Clearly, this has been a priority for a long time for our district. The numbers are high across the board, right? And from the number of nurse check-ins to the number of critical cases. And I agree. I think we have to think about what can we be doing differently so that kids are feeling more connected. I mean, I feel like it's the same old conversation that, of course, stress is a reasonable thing. We want kids to learn how to deal with stress, but there's a lot of crisis happening. And even with tons of investment in wellness centers and therapists and whatnot, we're still having a lot of kids in crisis, and even ones that aren't in crisis feeling really disconnected. So I would be really interested to know, I assume it's only going up, right? With the disconnected, the physical disconnectedness. And so I would really like to know what else you think, and the staff thinks that we can try and we can do, and it makes me think of the systemic bias issue that we have here, that instead of just looking at kids and what intervention we could do kid by kid, what's the problem with the system? And I can't help but think that, I feel like you've always presented that picture of like the nice little smooth lake and then the babbling brook and then the waterfall. And so instead of just putting more and more over by the waterfall, what can we do to the system itself so that it's just not such a difficult place to find connectedness?
So yeah, I do. I think we aren't putting more and more at the waterfall. The data we'll share in the future is that our numbers at the waterfall are pretty consistent. So I don't want there to be a perception that we continue to spend or add to, our financial obligations in terms of commitments. The other piece in there in terms of your systemic issues, the patterns of the data show that our students who don't identify in their environment or with someone in their space, mainly students of color, or have identity issues that they don't see their identity represented to them. Those are the big target areas that we could really improve as a system in terms of creating connection, to your point. The other thing that, I know this has to come from someone who manages critical incidents a lot. But the other thing that gives me great hope with our increase in assessment data is that we have taught kids to be more self-aware. So the more that you're seeing kids referred, it reflects to me actually that they know themselves, they know when they need help, or someone else sees them and knows when they need help, and they get connected to a student in those critical moments. And so I don't want you to discount all of the work that this community has really put to make sure that we're getting them in the rapids, not at the waterfall. At the waterfall, it's really too late. But we do have a lot more kids who are reaching out, referring. Our stigma is lower. The other number that gives me a lot of hope recently is the number of hospitalizations that we have from home. And I know that sounds a little weird to you all, but our hospitalizations from school numbers are actually going down, but our hospitalizations from home indicates to me that our parents are also supporting their students when they're asking for help. And the stigma around sharing that with our staff is lower, because that used to be something that there was a lot of shame attached to. And instead we're seeing a new behavior where we're seen as partners, and families are really reaching out to communicate so that the student can support and land safely in our schools and have that wraparound experience that they need to feel like they can return after they've had a fracture, after they've had a difficult moment. So I know there are issues that are still existing and are reflected in the larger community. And at the same time, having done this work for a bit, both at our site and the district level, I do see strong improvements in terms of how we're seeing kids and how we're getting them to help, especially when they need it the most. But most importantly, that our efforts to teach them about their self-awareness, and when they aren't able to regulate on their own, that those efforts are paying off in terms of the utilization of services.
Those are really good examples. Thanks for pointing those out. Obviously, we still need to work on the connectedness, but I'm glad that self-awareness is up and that shaming is down. But if we can just reduce the overall need, both, it's a both and, I guess. So thank you.
Mr. Darup, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. When we get data like this, and it's great to have the data, I think just as important, or even more important, is sort of a framework for interpreting the data. Because as I looked at this, I mean, it's funny because I had almost the opposite reaction or interpretation of the data as my colleagues, because I think you can look at this in two ways. I mean, you can see a rise in sign-ins for mental health therapists and a rise in check-ins to the wellness center, and see that critical incidents are remaining stable at the same level, and say our interventions and our supports aren't working because they're not changing that number. Or you can look at it and say we're destigmatizing mental health, mental wellness, and we're you can see that if these check-ins have doubled, I mean, there is a great deal of, as you said, self-awareness. Students are encouraged to utilize these resources, and perhaps there is a great deal more of reporting that's happening. And so the fact that the critical incident number remains the same may actually mean that those numbers have gone way down as compared to the sharp increase in check-ins and reporting. So, of course, I can't say either way. I mean, looking at the raw data, what do I know? But I think your experience and just a framework for interpreting the data will be really helpful for the board in making decisions based on that data. But thank you.
Okay, we have two hands raised for public comment. So why don't we take those now? And the first one is Shilpa, and the second is Maggie Ma.
Hi, I'm Shilpa. Thank you all so much for all the time you spent collectively in getting plans for the upcoming school year. And I couldn't agree more on Dr. Don Austin's urgency to do these things. So I'm glad you guys have come up with a plan of sending the kids to school, like full day school, especially I'm speaking specifically regarding the kindergarten. And I would like to know what your plan of action is, if something happens, right? If some cases come up, if a teacher is sick, what is the backup plan? And we're also running into the fall season where, kids or teachers could have flu, and parents might want to keep the kids at home. So do we have like a process where there is some online learning during that period? Or, if the parents want to just keep kids for whatever reason at home, do we have a support system from home?
We won't be able to answer those questions in this meeting, but we'll note it down and staff will try to answer it in their future communications.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Maggie Ma.
Hi, good evening. I guess I just want to commend Ms. Caswell for asking such great questions. What can we do differently, and how can students feel more belonging to our community? I've done a good amount of research in this direction, and I just want to share that, to keep it short, what differentiates a group versus a community is whether each member of this community has a reason, in this case, it will be a student or a family, to concern about one another's well-being. We are a group. If we simply go to school to learn academics or complete our grades, but we would be a community if the teacher and the parent community leadership would cast a vision and strategically plan out activities that share that vision of caring about one another. And, some of these examples, and obviously not limited to team sports, after school clubs, and this really echoes what was previously brought up in the last meeting, that school means so much more to our students than just the academics. So I really hope that in the fall, when we plan out whether it's remote learning or in-person learning, we take into the aspect of what are the things we can do for team building? What are the things we can do emotionally make students feel connected? Parents always say, we want more education, we want more schooling, we lost some learning. But I think part of that is also just missing the sense of feeling of, hey, we're still part of a community. Where is all the voices? Who are the leadership talking to us? So I just want to share my experience and thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got two more people who have jumped in the queue. So let's cut it off after these last two people. The first is Genevieve Pierre Dixon, and then Adriana Flores Rogati.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Pierre Dixon, and I am the wellness coordinator for Gunn High School. I just want to speak a little bit to the data and to the work that we do within the Wellness Center, and the time and energy and effort and money that is spent in that direction, and the impact that it has on students. As a therapist, a licensed therapist, therapy is very hard to quantify. It is it's something that impacts us individually, and getting our students to, one, get to a place to accept our services, to walk through the door, to meet someone, to talk about what's going on, that getting those students to then talk about those things and talk about them openly and report on how they're doing sometimes can be really difficult for us to do. And I know that as a group, we do our best to get as much data as we can show the work and the impact that we have on students. And I think just our presence on campus and our students' ability to access the services they need at the time that they need it is really important to them. And that's the reports we get too from our families that are in crisis, that are experiencing hospitalization and some of these really serious and heavy things, knowing that they have the ability to pick up the phone and to call someone at school to get information who's going to connect them back with their school counselor, connect them to their teachers. And we've seen a big uptick just this year, even after closure, our teachers having a better understanding of how mental health impacts our students because of our work, because we're present, and them also having the ability to reach out to us when they need us and see students in need. And I think that that has also increased some of our reporting and some of our numbers because our teachers have worked really hard in conjunction with us to report when students are in need and to get students to care as quickly as we can. And that we've set up a lot of different systems, whether that be through Stanford and through Uplift, to get our kids into care, and that we're connecting back so our kids are hopefully not having to return to that level of care, and getting community support in place through Care Solace and some of these other systems that we currently have in place. I think there's a lot of really good work that's being done every day on the ground. I think the space in and of itself is impactful, and that we have a multitude of students using that space for a multitude of reasons. Just having a safe place to sit with your friends, to eat lunch and feel like you're able to be in a space of not being judged, having a really bad test and having a rough moment and being able to step out and talk to someone about that and get immediate assistance around those things is really important. And even the shift into telehealth, that all of the work our CASI therapists did, our Aki therapists did, as well as Stanford, to pick up our students, to continue with caseload, to not stop providing high quality services is a big deal. And I think that that's especially important as we move into next year, facing not only the pandemic, but again, all the racial disparities that we talk about. And when we talk about mental health and the need and the history in this community, it's similar to what we talk about when we talk about racial disparity and all of these things. These things have gone on for hundreds of years, a long period of time, and it's not going to be a 5-minute solution. This is a long-term thing that we have to invest in. We have to take the time to look at and to explore and continue to fund and be thoughtful about how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Adriana Flores-Regate.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the discussion tonight. I actually just want to compliment the work that Genevieve just mentioned, the work of Gunn High School, their wellness center. They do an incredible job, and I've seen it firsthand. And as we think about the next few years with all that is going on in our world, the social justice issues, the things that we've talked about tonight, and also the impact of the pandemic, especially on our students. And as you probably have seen, in the Bay Area, the highest proportion of people impacted are Black and Brown. So those are the people that are suffering the most. So as we think about the impact on our students and our families, please keep in mind the importance of having culturally sensitive therapists or people that will work with our students and families. And so diversity within the Wellness Center teams, and also this diversity with the strategic partners that they bring on. And I personally know some of our families that have been impacted with COVID, and I know that it's not just the person, it's not just the mom that's dealing with this, it's the students that are dealing with a lot of those issues and the aftermath. So let's think strategically, let's think diversity, and let's all work together. And thank you so much for the work, once again, the Gunn has been doing over the past year.
Thank you. All right, that's it with public comment. I did just have a brief comment to make on the CHIC survey or the Cal school survey, as I guess it's now called in particular. I think I really appreciate the fact that there was time series data put in the board item originally to help provide the context. I think one thing that we should be mindful of is, particularly when we look at the schools combined, the two high schools combined, the sample significantly changed between 4 years ago, 2 years ago, and this year. We prior had response rates at Gunn close to 90% participation. This year it was 67% in ninth grade and 59% in 11th grade, while Pally participation actually went up from below 70%, I believe, to around 75%. I don't have the old numbers in front of me. So there was a shift between the two schools, and the results are different between the two schools. So I'd say that, we might want to look at the schools individually to try to, and, to Ms. Baden-Caswell's point, what do we do differently? We're doing things differently in the schools, and each kid only experiences their own school's environment. So looking at it as a district might be interesting, but especially given these sample skews, probably less so. But looking at individual school series might be more informative about what's actually happening and what the impact of our programs are. The other thing, and I think Ms. Baden-Caswell touched on this, is I think the context of looking at this compared to other similar districts for the same time series is actually really important, because we always say, well, what can we do differently? But often work on the ocean, and our students are exposed to societal trends just as every other student is, and sometimes when we see things move, we may actually be improving relative to other similar schools and doing a great job with the part we can control, while things are going differently in terms of the way the numbers behave overall. So I urge us to be careful about putting this data in context and interpreting it. I mean, it sounds like the work that's being done is good work, and I'm glad about it. But I'm not going to overread the CHICS data as presented, because I do think with those two adjustments, we don't really know the story of what's happening until we look at it in context with other districts and look at it for our individual schools as opposed to our schools combined. That's all I got.
The individual school reports are available on the website, but for the data presented to the board, we have mainly focused on trends over the district.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my point. Yeah, but the individual reports were in the original board packet from April, and they're also on, I guess, on the site.
Yes.
Though I do notice, I think it may be because we just did some rejiggering with the website. When I Googled CHICS PAUSD, I get a 404 error on the link. So Derek, which is a page not found. So Derek, we might want to, I assume Google will eventually catch up with whatever our website changes are, but if people are rushing out to look right now, they might have trouble finding it.
That's a good point. And we'll work with Derek and his team to make sure that there's more of a centralized hub in the new website for our social emotional learning efforts, as well as our data.
That's a super idea. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Long time coming and worth the wait. Well, not over yet. Go ahead, Ms. Baden-Caswell.
I just want to say I really appreciate you coming back and being willing to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay. Noting the hour, it's 7:16. It's 10:16. We have one major item, which is the PAUSD budget first read. And then we have a number of smaller items, most of which I assume are short and most of which I assume are pressing, given that this is our next to last meeting of the year. Is there anything that should go, Dr. Austin, or should we just power through?
Yeah, I'm looking at the list. None of them are long, but I think we should probably touch them.
I agree. So is there, since we're going to go into the budget, which will be the longest item, is there a motion to extend the meeting? I'll move we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Wow.
In an abundance of caution.
All right, I'll second it.
All right, thank you. Dr. Rostick, could you take the vote?
Yep. Ms. DiBrienza.
Aye.
Baden-Caswell.
Aye.
I need some enthusiasm. Mr. Dauber.
Aye. Woohoo!
You're up.
11:30.
Mr. Collins.
And I'm so enthusiastic, I vote aye, aye.
Right.
All right, so we're extended to 11:30. Hopefully we won't need all that time. Let's move on to item 7A, which is proposed PAUSD budget for 2021, and Dr. Austin.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Chow. She has 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right, we'll give her a little more than that. Ms. Chow, go ahead and hit some high points. This is not a new item for you. You've seen it a couple times already.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Austin. Can everybody see the screen okay? Because I do want to go through this pretty quickly.
I don't. Should I?
Yeah, are you sharing something? Because I don't see it.
Okay, I thought I was sharing. Let me go back.
You're sharing your, what looks like your backyard, which looks awfully nice.
I think that's not real backyard.
Or the sun has not set where she is.
It's not in live time.
But that is your backyard, right?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So,
Sorry, could you make it full screen?
is that full screen?
Not yet. I was just thinking in PowerPoint, just do a, in the lower right-hand corner, there's usually a full screen icon, the one that looks like a presentation thing. That one, yeah.
Are you seeing a full screen?
No. That's okay. We can probably get by with what you had.
Hey, Carolyn, go up to the top there now that on the presenter mode and display settings and do the swap displays.
Okay, is
Oh, there we go.
working?
Beautiful.
Okay, great. Yay, okay. So what I just wanted to, we have spent the last several board meetings going over the budget development process. So we have spoken and done quite a bit of thoughtful analysis on the various building blocks, our ongoing expenditures. We developed that budget assumptions, which defines our base program. We looked into program enhancements. We recognized that the ongoing expenditures and the program enhancements were going to exceed new revenues. So we had discussions around budget reductions. And we also, which was a little different this year, had quite a few discussions around revenue assumptions, specifically because revenue assumptions were going down this year. Normally, we talk about revenue assumptions in terms of what our growth and our assessed valuations would look like. So those were some important discussions. And then we kind of the final jumping off point is the May revise, where we take the governor's May revision for the state budget and incorporate those things into our budget. Bless you.
Thank you.
So we covered the May revise, but immediately following the governor's May revision on his plan to close that $54 billion deficit, some pretty significant reductions to the LCFF and state funded programs. The COLA was suspended for all programs. We also learned that basic aid districts would have a fair share in terms of these reductions. So we budgeted for a reduction to our minimum state aid of 10%. We also did hear some good news coming out of the May revise, and that was around the STRS and PERS rates. Specifically that they would be reduced for the next 2 years. What I want to point out is that immediately following the governor's May revise, the Senate Budget and Fiscal Committee convened, and then they began their work to put together the Senate's budget. And after a few days, what they came out with was in stark contrast to what the governor had proposed in his budget. So specifically, the Senate and now the Assembly have aligned on the budget, but that Senate and Assembly budget rejects those proposals that were in the May revise from the governor's budget. Not only that, it adds back in a COLA. So what that means is when the COLAs is over to 2% or more, there's no August layoff window. They do concur on the reduction of the STRS and PERS rates. And unlike the governor's budget, which was a trigger off if federal stimulus dollars materialized and the cuts would be reduced, the Senate's budget proposal is a trigger on. And there will be, they assume that the stimulus does occur, and there will be significant deferrals if it does not. So where does that leave us right now? Well, the state budget has to be adopted by June 16th. It's possible it could even be adopted by Friday. But we have two very different proposals in terms of the budget. We have the governor's May revise, which addresses the deficit through a series of cuts. And then we have the legislature proposal, which does not touch education and assumes that there'll be federal dollars flowing in. And of course, as you know, we could have anything in between. So, so that's where we are right now. We do build our budget on the May revise because that's the guidance from the county office, as well as it has been our past practice. So what I wanted to show you, let you know, we have built the budget on the May revise. However, I wanted you to see what things might look like if the Senate budget prevails. So as I mentioned, we did, based on the May revise, we did budget for that reduction to state revenue, that 10% reduction. And for us, that is $1 million. That is already in our budget. So should that not happen, if they go with a budget that is more representative of the Senate's proposal, then that would fall out, and then that would be a great opportunity for us. So when we look at the general fund revenue, we're looking at the trend here from second interim, which was in March, through the estimated actuals, which is now in June, and the headed towards what we have budgeted in the 2021 year. So we have not seen revenues trend in this direction for a long time. Normally we see revenues that are rising, and we're making plans in our budget for how to best use those additional resources. Clearly we are in different times right now. So looking at our expenditures, we're seeing also a downward trend. This is thanks to some good decision making and aligning our expenditures to our declining revenue. And we're going to need to closely monitor our revenue, both our revenue and our expenditures in the coming years, not just in the budget year. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So the multi-year projection, in my opinion, this is our most valuable tool in addressing the fiscal health of the district. So when we look, we can look at any budget in a single year, and we're just getting a snapshot of that year. We could have some large expenditures. We could have, any one-time events that could cause us to have deficit spending. But when we look at a situation in the multi-year and we see deficit spending in each of those years, what that says is that we have a structural deficit and we need to address it. So in the coming year, in the budget year, we actually look pretty good. If we're singularly looking at this budget, we have a very nearly balanced budget. The deficit is not bad. Our ending fund balance is reduced by the deficit spending. We are still able to keep our restricted ending fund balance. Those are our restricted funds, largely our federal funds, as well as our 3% economic uncertainty reserve. And then we have our assigned ending fund balance. And as we saw at the earlier meeting in May, when we looked at the assigned ending fund balance, what that is those are funds that are assigned in the ending fund balance for upcoming future expenditures. So we restrict the unused funds from the site we carry them over, those site funds go back to the site, for example. Program carryover, anything that we have our former one-time state money that we have assigned in our ending fund balance for such large expenditures as textbook adoptions and so forth. So that's what is in our assigned ending fund balance. As we move into the next 2 years, we have the next year is a $3.3 million deficit, and then that second out year is just under $7 million. So when we look at the combination of where we've gone at the end of the third year, we have spent down our ending fund balance by over $10 million. We're still able to maintain the restricted ending fund balance as well as our reserve for economic uncertainty. But if you look at the assigned ending fund balance, we have really done quite a spend down there. That's where our $10 million has been spent down to support our deficit spending. So those programs, you know, sites have lost their carryover, program carryover has been wiped out. Funds, the one-time funds set aside for large upcoming expenditures, we no longer have access to that because we've spent them. In fact, what that gray line represents, it's twofold. One, when we submit the budget to the county and then to the state, we need to show the budget year and the 2 out years. The multi-year projection in your packet is a 5-year multi-year projection. So you do have a more expansive view on the budget. So what that gray line shows is one, everything to the left is going to be what's submitted to the county. And so far we more or less look like we're hanging in there, okay? But if you look to the right of that, you really see that there is quite a cliff there, because in that 23-24 year, when you look at the ending fund balance, we no longer can support both our restricted, we have to dip into those restricted funds just to maintain our 3% economic uncertainty reserve, which we're falling short of. So that is a situation we do want to avoid. So what does all of this mean? It means that we go ahead and we adopt our budget based on the May revise, because I mentioned that's the recommendation from the county office as well as our past practice, and then we adjust and revise as we need to following that, because we do have 45 days after the state adopts their budget to make revisions. We know that there's a lot of variables and a lot of challenges. I think Ms. Fitchner mentioned earlier in the evening that there was a whole bunch of variables that we don't have control over. And I know she was referencing Title IX, but they absolutely apply to our budget. We have variables with the state budget. We have a lot of variables and challenges regarding how we will reopen school in the fall. And both of these will have direct impacts on our budget if we need to do programming differently and have a different level of supplies available to make sites safe and operable. And those will all impact our budget. We also have 45 days after the state budget is adopted to revise our own budget. Normally we just, unless they're significant or they really do impact our budget, we'll normally just make those budget revisions at first interim. But this may be a year where we do things differently, and we may take a look at that 45-day window to revise our budget if that's necessary. And we also know that we have a structural deficit that we need to address. Now, the severity of which will not entirely be known until we have more clarity coming from the state budget. We're also needing to get a bit of clarity on federal funds as they relate to the CARES Act and how those funds might be allocated to our district as well. So those are some of the things that we do want to keep an eye on as the budget process moves forward and as our entire program around COVID and our response to opening school materializes. Just a quick look at the ending fund balance here. What I want to point out is the green bar is our assigned ending fund balance. And what you could see, the other bars are pretty steady because they're based on a percent of expenditures or a percent of the budget. The green is the assigned, and you could see it gets spent down pretty significantly in 2022, and it disappears by 23, 24. So next steps, following tonight's discussion on the budget, we'll turn it around and by Friday post this for the June 23rd board meeting. As I mentioned, on June 15th is when the state needs to adopt their budget. They could adopt it by Friday. And that begins the 45 window for budget revisions. The June 23rd board meeting is both the public hearing and the budget adoption. And then in August or early fall, we can expect a revised state budget. This again is pending the state revenues because of the fact that they have delayed the filing date for state income taxes as well as waived penalties for property taxes. So they won't have clarity on their own revenues until later in August and early fall. We do not expect an August layoff window, especially if the legislature proposed budget is the one that moves forward. And then the LCAP adoption is separated from the budget this year, and that will be by December 15th is the deadline for adopting the LCAP. And that, at this point, I will open it up to any board member questions or comments.
Thank you. Why don't we can, I'm looking at the wrong view here. There we go. Why don't we do a round of, well, we can ask if people have questions and comments. And then while we're doing that, if anybody in the community wants to comment on this, they can raise their hands and we can then do a round of community comments. Note that this is not agendized for action this time. This is the first read, but the next meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Chow, the idea is that we will bring this back in final form with the expectation that we will pass our final budget for submission to the county.
That is correct.
Okay. So why don't show of hands of people who want to comment? I see Ms. Baton-Caswell. I see Ms. DeBrienza. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Hi, thank you for this and thank you for keeping us updated, Ms. Chow. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So the property tax assumption in here for the out years is still right under 2%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just historically, I know this is an unprecedented time, but historically, we've never gone multiple years with such a low property tax growth. So, you know, we've had tanks, but usually those tanks don't last for multiple years in a row. And the assumption here is that the parcel tax is renewed?
The assumption is that the parcel tax is renewed at the existing rate.
Okay, okay. So that's, it's just important that we're all on the same page with this. This is, I agree with you, unusual to have these changes at the 11th hour that are so dramatically different than what we were looking at last week. And I, for one, would like to have the opportunity to look at this within the 45 days after we submit it to make sure that we've made decisions that we're comfortable with. I don't have anything else to say. I mean, that's sort of where I am right now. I think, you know, in some ways we're playing a lot of things by ear right now.
Okay, Ms. DeBrienza.
Thank you for this. I guess there's not a whole lot more to add after Ms. Payton Caswell. There's a lot unknown. The structural deficit that you are showing us is unacceptable to me, and I'm guessing unacceptable to the rest of the board. So really looking forward to seeing what numbers really come in and possibly having some real tough decisions ahead of us. Thank you for the update, and I'm looking forward to the next revise and seeing what the numbers look like. Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Okay, we'll go to the community. There are two hands up. The first one is Simon. Simon, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I know this is sort of minutiae, but I want to, sorry, I'm Simon. I know most of you, but I'm a Palo Alto resident and parent of a rising junior at Pali. And I wanted, I heard earlier on there was some comments about the career and technical education, the CTE leadership position in Pali, which I know is part of the budget proposal. And I just wanted to add my voice. I came in too late to talk about it earlier, but I just want to note my support for that position. It's from my perspective, it's really crucial for both student equity and also academic opportunity. And I really want you, the board, to try and ensure that support remains in place next year, if at all possible. CTE has historically been rather poorly supported. It's been a bit of an afterthought at Pali, even though it embraces some of the most competitive subjects now for college admission, and it also offers multiple pathways that both inspire and motivate students with a wide range of interests to stay in school and really excel in a way that they might not otherwise do, with a high level of rigor. And the department, as you know, has been really moving very positively in the last year in what I think is a really strong direction. It's bringing especially its engineering up to the level of peer institutions. I really would not want to see that opportunity for improvement to be lost to a sort of what is really a relatively small budgetary cut. So the other thing is that CTE is, in terms of instructional need for instructional leadership, CTE, as you know, gathers together a really wide range of disciplines, and that really places it in greater need of effective leadership than I think any other department. So I think if in terms of prioritizing which departments need instructional leadership, I think CTE actually needs it more than any other, and it should be the last thing that you cut. So for all those reasons, I just hope that you can actually give CTE more, not less support, and just ensure that it really continues to improve and be an ever better resource for our students in next year and beyond. And that's it. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Shute, and then Star Teach Out.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much, members of the board and Dr. Austin, waiting all night to speak with you. My name is Deanna Shute, and I am proud to be the CTE instructional lead at Pali. I support 15 pathways in 7 industry sectors with 19 teachers and 48 student sections. And obviously you have difficult budgetary decisions to make, and I'm speaking now because where we spend our money shows our values. The work of an IL is daily, it's on call, and it's dependent on site relationships. If the CTIL position is reduced to stipend only, you should be aware of the following 7 repercussions of that decision on the site. Number 1, the first point of contact for students, parents, and counselors regarding CTE pathways and programs will be an assistant principal. Number 2, there will be little site coordination for CTE pathways and programs. Course offerings will disintegrate into desperate electives left to fend for themselves and compete to stay afloat. Number 3, implementing horizontal alignment with gun and vertical alignment with the middle schools will fall on the assistant principal. Number 4, there'll be minimal support for new teachers. Number 5, the site IL will be unable to present at parent night, site council, TA retreat, and guidance department meetings. Number 6, in the fall, the unprecedented distance learning for our elective programs will have virtually no department level coordination. And number 7, questions about and actions related to supplies, standards, field trips, PLCs, budgets, WASC, course descriptions, UCOP submissions, scheduling needs, facility concerns, conferences, technology. They will all be channeled to the assistant principal. In my vision of our CTE future, I imagine a coordinated system of pathways that's accessible to all students and coherently articulated to our parent and student community. A student body who expects to be both college and career ready, and a constant cycle of reflection and accountability at the site level, where we employ data-driven recruitment. CTE has been specifically tasked by the state of California to address equity, access, and inclusion. We need this position to do critically important equity work. So as you consider the budget, I respectfully ask that you reinstate the 0.2 FTE for the CTEIL. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next is Start Teach Out, followed by Jeremy Ehrman.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief since the two previous speakers have covered things in quite depth. Firstly, before I forget, I do hope our budget and our plan is offering our teachers adequate planning time and compensation for responding to the various reopening plans. And considering that even teachers tonight had a day or two's notice to respond to the summer school plan, I hope you are forging new pathways of communication with them, your team members. So please bring our teachers in early if possible, and not after a solution that has been formalized. I think that's a pretty inefficient way to do it. And then secondly, to follow up with Simon and Deanna, yes, on everything they've said, really. And you know, I can't talk enough about the value of CTE. Have you ever stopped into the JLS industrial tech class with Kevin Miskey? Have you popped into a computer science class at Gunn or Pally? Have you observed the journalism? There are just so many rich subjects which we need to support. And I would also like to suggest finally that our CTE courses are exactly the ones which create more connection with our students, the ones which the data that Ms. Stevenson presented is something we wish to improve. So please don't underestimate this program, and please be equitable with it with regards to the other instructional leads. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jeremy Ehrman, followed by Margot.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We do.
I'm disappointed. I'm a musician who's worked for both the city and the school district. I'm the pianist for the Fletcher Green choirs. I'm disappointed that the school board and the city have been unable to reach a deal to keep Coverly Community Center whole. I think it's an extraordinary missed opportunity. I think it's cast a shadow over these budget deliberations. The lease offered by the city staff is not good. It involves separating the Coverly Theater from its dressing room, since apparently city staff have never heard of the concept of backstage. I think creative solutions are still available to keep this community treasure whole, and I really wish that the school district and the city could open a dialogue to find them, especially in these challenging times when I think we all really are struggling and really need to work together to overcome these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Margot, and then the final speaker is Dee Knight. Margot, are you there?
Yep, I had to unmute myself, sorry. I am a teacher at Palo Alto High School in the CTE program, and I want to particularly echo Ms. Teachout's comment that We just had a long presentation on wellness for students, and CTE are often the courses that students choose to be their passions. As a matter of fact, I have 2 students that I have just been working with this week, even though school is over, to get them to get their credit. And both parents commented that the courses that they take in photography are the things that actually have helped them to de-stress from all the academic pressures. I'd like to say that now more than ever, we need champions for CTE at the school board level. School board members who have experience in technology, school board members who understand the essential nature of career connections. The new PAUSD website opens with a phrase, Palo Alto Unified Champions of Education. And the first words listed are, preparation for college and career begins. I would like to say that the preparation for college and career is grounded in career technology education. And I'm asking you, as the leaders at PAUSD, to be those champions for our core beliefs that you state by fully funding the 0.2 FTE position for CTE. CTE instructor leaders are truly champions. In the last 6 years, CTE, largely due to the support and advocacy of our instructional leader, has expanded the real world application and opportunities for our students more than any program at PAUSD. I've been there for 20 years at PAUSD, and I know this for a fact. CTE designed the pathway programs for authentic academic research, AP research, and work experience, computer and engineering technology, supported a student-run radio station KPLY, added a sports nutrition course, several new incubator publications for the 21st century information communication, childhood development and production and managerial arts, theater, stage tech, video and audio music production, which has also been expanded as a dual enrollment course, earning students college credit at Foothill College. Just this week, CTE leadership has initiated the process for advanced photography honors to begin the dual enrollment process for college credit for the 2021 school year. We truly have champions of CTE in our instructional leadership. In the effort to cut funding under duress, it's reasonable to reduce secondary IL compensation to a single 0.2 FTE period when it adds up to a $500,000 saved. What is unreasonable is to drop the entire CTE programs at Pally and Gum for this funding. It adds up to simply 2 prep periods, approximately $45,000, required to provide equity and representation for career tech education. Arguably one of the most important disciplines for this 21st century education. CTE
Martha,
programs.
we're over time. Can you wrap up?
Yes, please be the champions of the career tech education programs at PAUSD with 0.2 FTE full funding for 2 instructional leaders to provide equity for the CTE programs to serve essential education needs for our students at Pally and Gunn. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the last speaker is D Knight. Maybe it should be G Knight for good night. D Knight, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, so it's Doyle Knight. I'm the automotive technology teacher at Pally. And I wanted to talk about just ILs and period. I'm also part of the PE department. So I've been there 28 years and I understand budgets and I've been around highs, lows, everything else. But having somebody within the department that can lead a department is a lot different than having a vice principal or somebody trying to lead that department. It'd be like you guys trying to get your information from a whole bunch of different people who aren't really what you're looking for. That's not going to really help you out specifically, where our ILs do that. Peter and Deanna have done a fantastic job with the 2 departments, CTE and PE. They brought us together. We're all focused like we've never been since I've been there. So think about this when you're making your decision. I know it's money for you, but to us, it takes a lot of pressure off of us so that we can really concentrate on our students and our programs to help them. So even though it's not a direct thing to the students with them, it is to us, and knowing what's going on and then bringing the information to us so that we can evaluate it and, you know, adjust it to our own programs is important. So again, 28 years of doing this, people coming and going, boards coming and going. ILs are important. And if you can keep that in the budget, try doing that. That'd be really big for us. So just want you to know that. and I appreciate being up this late. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate you sticking it out and being the last speaker on this item. So thank you.
I did that because I want you to remember me.
Well, we will. Thank you. All right, that's it with public comment. I think that's it with this item. Any final comments or questions, Dr. Austin? Anything from you?
No, nothing.
Okay, so this will come back for action at the June 26th meeting?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so if you have any, this will be a speak now or forever hold your peace situation, because we need to, if we don't approve this on June 26th, I think we're into a special meeting zone until we get it approved. So let's make sure we're in a position to.
Isn't our regular meeting's the 23rd, right? The special meeting's the 26th.
I'm sorry, am I saying am I saying the wrong date?
Yeah, 23rd is when we'll approve it, right?
Okay, my apologies, the 23rd. I must be thinking of some year past when we approved it on the 26th.
Yeah, and so I just want to repeat what I said, which is we have a 45-day window afterwards, and if different information comes in on what the budget looks like, we need to take that into consideration.
All right, so let's move on to item 7B and then run through these next few items as quickly as we practically can. 7B, resolution 16, order of election, specification election and consolidation request. Dr. Austin.
There's almost nothing to this election. This is about upcoming board election for November. So sorry not to minimize it. It is important, but it's a very routine item. Unless you have any questions, it'll just come back on consent.
Sounds good. Okay, moving on to item 7C, amendment number 1 to resolution number 10, emergency relating to COVID-19. Let me take this item since I originated it. The concept here is we passed an emergency resolution on March 17th that, as I'm sure you all remember, both established that there was declared that there was a state of emergency, and then delegated powers to the superintendent to deal with the emergency. This proposed amendment is designed to retain the first element, the declaration of emergency, which I believe is ongoing, but change the delegation aspects of it to basically refer them back to existing board policy. We had a board policy before, we still have it now, that is about, that I believe it's titled administrative discretion regarding board policy, which basically authorizes the superintendent or his designee to act to protect student welfare and health or property as needed and under emergency circumstances, and then inform the board as soon as practically thereafter. To me, that captures our needs at this point, as opposed to back in March when we were uncertain and thought we might need to close schools on a moment notice. Now I think we can probably go to a rhythm that is, while still a high degree of urgency, not within the realm of requiring broad delegation of authority. So that was the reason for bringing this forward, and I'm supportive of it. Happy to hear any. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm having trouble being articulate. Any questions or comments on this? Ms. Bain-Caswell.
Yeah, I actually reached out across the county to see what other districts were thinking on this. And there's been a lot of discussion about what the urgency is in other school districts and other boards. I think that, depending on the district, boards are looking to approach this slightly differently. Some boards are just saying, okay, we're leaving this, but all the reopening decisions have to come in front of the board. And others are talking about taking it off right now. So I don't think we would be doing something incredibly unique if we made this change.
Okay. So I don't know, shall we bring this back? Why don't we bring this back for action next time? Since we haven't really had a discussion and the hour is late, I wouldn't want to bring it back in consent and presume that everybody agreed. We can just bring it back for action next time and do whatever we want to do with it. Sound good? Okay. Moving on to item 7D, lease agreement between the district and City of Palo Alto extended daycare spaces. Dr. Austin.
Yeah, I'll take the first shot at it. If there are questions, I can turn it over to Ms. Chow, but we've discussed this before. The original lease with the city and Coverly had combined the child care piece of it along with the big general lease. It didn't seem to make sense. So even before we renegotiated what we've already approved and the city will be considering next week, we had thought it made sense to separate the two. And this is the same dollar amount as before. It's just separated in a standalone agreement. We'd categorize this as good news for us. I think I'll stop right there.
Okay, any questions or comments on this item? Okay, can we bring this back on consent for next time? Any concerns with that? All right, let's plan to bring it back on consent. It can be pulled if people develop concerns. Item E, evaluation of external firms providing legal services. Dr. Austin.
Sir Collins, I didn't know if this was you or if it was Ms. Vashakin or if you wanted me to touch it.
I think it's Ms. Vashakin. I don't think it's me.
Okay, is she with us, Derek?
I can speak to it if
She is. She's getting her in right now.
Okay.
Here we go.
Comey, you there?
I'm here. Good evening.
Did you want to speak briefly to the legal services RFP item?
Sure. This is an item, annually we are required to evaluate our law firms. Right now, we have existing contracts with two firms, ALRR as well as DWK. So this is something that we are required to do. The superintendent, the board members, as well as the general counsel is required to evaluate the firm. We sought feedback from all of these three groups, and the feedback that you will see, the numbers are attached. So 5 being excellent, and 1 being not great. So you see the numbers against all the 4 criteria that's provided in our attorney policy that we are evaluating on. So if you don't have any other questions, I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. I mean, the one thing I would add is that there's an RFP process that goes with this. It's the other part of the board policy. And I know just today, I believe Ms. Vashakin decided to extend the RFP. There were only 3 bidders, which was in contrast to the last time we did this when there were 10 bidders. It may be the way we advertised it. It may be circumstances. We're trying to, we've got a longer list now, and we're reaching out to the firms that bid last time, as well as perhaps some new firms. So we've extended the process, but we'll still do the RFP process sometime in the relatively near future, I think.
Absolutely.
All right, any questions on this?
I have one question.
I could see the question forming in your mind, Ms. Bacon-Caswell.
No, I'm just wondering if the responses we've gotten have been from the 2 firms, these 2 firms.
Yes, it was the 2 firms plus Lozano.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 7F, SIPSAS. Dr. Austin.
So 2 things. This item is massive, and hopefully you've had a chance to look through it. And this may be one that we want to bring back as a standalone again. We could probably spend the next 6 hours or 2 minutes on questions, depending on which way you want to go. Ann Brown is with us if there are questions for now, or we can bring it back, but there's no presentation.
Can I suggest we bring it back? It's 11 o'clock at night. This is, pretty important that we know what's going on at different schools.
Sure.
I agree with that. So why don't we'll take it up as a future agenda item.
Okay.
Is there a deadline by which SIPSAS have to be accepted, Dr. Austin?
That is one of the debated questions in all of education. I think technically, yes. I don't know any district that meets them. So I don't think there's a SIPSA police, but we can bring them back. We'll be fine.
Good. I don't want to spend any time. I don't look good in an orange SIPSA jumpsuit, so.
Yeah, they're mean. Pretty tough group.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell, you were saying something?
I was saying
Oh.
just if there is a date by which we need to accept them, I think there are two separate things. We can accept them and we can still talk about them. I don't think that there are major concerns about accepting them so much as just thinking about going forward, what improvements we made to systems, what other ones we might want to make. So I think we can kind of think of them separately if we have to.
That's a good point, because we generally don't recommend or ask for any changes in them. They're really documents that belong to the site.
I've never seen us ask for anything more than, but we may have asked other questions that will inform our planning for next year. And that would be a good use of the discussion.
All right, we'll try and bring it back soon then. Okay, the final item under discussion items is authorization to contract with FS3 Hodges for program management services for measures A and Z bonds. Dr. Austin.
Is Dr. Golden still with us? Maybe not. Ms. Chow, do you want to take this one?
The anticipation is building.
Yes.
Here comes Dr. Golden.
Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Ms. Chow, do you want to take this?
Sure, happy to take this. So this is the annual contract with FS3 Hodges for services they provide for design on our projects. This is something that we do every June. So this is coming to you as a first read, and if the board approves this, it could come back on consent for the 23rd.
Questions on this? Go ahead, Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Let's just be clear here. If we don't authorize this, do we have a backup plan?
Derek and I both have hammers and trucks. No, there's not a great backup plan right now. If that's an issue, you should let us know right now.
It's not an issue for me. I just, let's just be clear that we're bringing them forward because we're happy with their work, and we don't have a backup plan because we're happy with their work. I mean, I think there needs to be a little bit of just clarity around that.
About whether we're happy with their work?
Yeah, I mean, we bring them back every year, so I assume we're happy with their work.
Yeah.
And we don't have a backup plan because we like what we're doing. I mean, I'm making this up, and I assume I'm right.
No, you are absolutely right, Ms. Baton-Caswell. And part of, as me still being the new person, I didn't understand this process either, because I didn't understand, do we do RFPs? What's the accountability? And so I met with Dr. Golden, and we went through a very thorough review of the project. And this is something that we will likely change going forward. But because, just to have greater transparency around our process. But FS3 Hodges has been the district construction manager and program design for, I want to say 17 years. This is their annual contract for that work. The construction management work is assigned per project, but this is the overall blanket contract, if you will. So we can certainly do things differently going forward, but to my knowledge, I was the only one that had asked this question before, so it didn't seem like there were concerns from, from staff or from the board, but we can certainly do things different going forward.
I don't have concerns. I just want to make sure that there's clarity on this, because this is different than we do with other vendors, particularly at this level. So I remember when we started the Measure A program, and it was after a program that hadn't gone that well. So project management was really important for us to make sure that going forward, we did our construction program well. So I just want to make sure that people know that we're happy with this, or if we're not happy with this, then someone brings it up.
All right, well, if there's any issue with it, we will not bring it back on consent and we can have a discussion on it next time. Sound good? All right,
Sounds-
so we're now into section 8, information items. There's only the one information item. I don't have my menu in front of it. Did anybody want to speak to the CSEA openers for next year? No takers? Okay, in that case, we're on to board operations. Does anybody want to speak to board operations? Ms. Baden-Caswell.
I just wanted, am I, okay, Ma. I wanted to let people know that there is a seminar that's being sponsored by the Latino School Boards Association and the Santa Clara County Office of Education on the 11th of June. And it's on the digital divide and how to close the digital divide. Given our interest around equity, that might be of interest to some of you. I'm sure they'll record it, but you may just want to be live so you can ask questions. We're having a weekly Santa Clara County School Boards Association meeting tomorrow. And probably there's going to be some discussion amongst board members about some of the reopening plans. So if this is something you want to come on to, you should have gotten an invitation from Bonnie Mace earlier in the week. I thought the reopening schools session was very good last week, and that's why I sent you all links to it. If you haven't watched it, I would recommend you do. There was some information shared that I thought was really helpful on a bunch of different topics, including where there may be some loosening of rules later on. That's it.
Thank you. Other board operations items? Going once, going twice? Okay. Well, then thank you everybody for sticking it out. The time is 11:09 and we are adjourned. Thank you.